loud explosion, and a cloud of dark smoke signals the end of the Mackenzie, a Canadian destroyer escort. The retired 366-foot ship ended a 34-year naval career in just under 4 minutes, slipping quietly below the surface. Sunk on purpose, along with 2 other naval vessels in the 1990s, the ships have assumed new roles on the ocean bottom as man-made reef structures. An enormous undertaking, projects like this take years of planning and preparation, all to provide a home for marine life and to stimulate diving tourism. We'll look back on the incredible sinkings of the Mackenzie, the Chaudière, and most recently, the HMCS Columbia. We'll also take a look at the ships underwater and see how they've progressed as artificial reefs. Today, on Undersea Explorer. In December of 1992, September 1995, and June 1996, 3 remarkable events took place in the sheltered waters of Canada's Pacific coast. 3 decommissioned anti-submarine destroyer escorts were sunk on purpose as part of one of the world's largest artificial reef projects. The ships were part of Canada's Navy, from the beginnings of the Cold War right through to the Gulf War in the Middle East. In later years, the escorts were used as officer training vessels. They were commissioned in the late 50s and early 60s. Not a single shot was fired in anger by any of the ships, a testament to over 4 decades of successful Canadian peacekeeping. After almost 40 years of active duty, the warships were no longer viable as naval vessels. This created a problem. What do you do with such large ships? With their productive years long behind them, they would have normally been sold to private buyers as scrap metal. But a more interesting fate awaited the old vessels. Rather than being cut up, as they say, to make razor blades, the government was persuaded to sell the ships to the Artificial Reef Society of British Columbia.
The only alternative for these ships was to go to the scrapyards of the Orient. That does nothing for anybody. When you sink these ships, you give them a whole new life underwater, and I feel kind of guilty about taking a beautiful ship and sinking it. The biggest objection that people have to scrapping old ships is they end up as razor blades. They lose entirely whatever personality they ever had. And while nobody likes to see a beautiful ship sunk, they do know that it is preserved there for 100 or 200 years, and its personality will be there.
As artificial reefs, the ships attract marine life, where there was previously a barren or sandy bottom. A solid metal hull acts like a naturally occurring reef structure. But instead of taking decades to become established, an artificial reef only takes a few years. The structure of the ship provides a stable surface that animals can attach themselves to. Small invertebrates and filter feeders are among the first to secure themselves to the hull. These animals in turn attract fish and eventually mammals. Thus, a new and complete ecosystem is created. In August of 1991, a pilot project was undertaken by the Reef Society. The GB Church, a World War II-era freighter, was acquired and sunk off southern Vancouver Island. With incredible speed, marine animals colonized the ship in a thick blanket of encrusting life. It was immediately a public relations and diver success. And the following month, the government agreed to sell the HMCS Chaudière, the first of the large naval ships. On a brisk day in December 1992, the Chaudière was sent to a watery grave in Sechelt Inlet. The Chaudière was a learning experience for the Reef Society. Carefully placed explosive charges were supposed to sink the ship upright in relatively shallow water. Instead, the Chaudière sank on its side in deeper water, making it a difficult sight for novice scuba divers. Although there were some problems with the sinking, they were quickly forgotten as the hull progressed as an artificial reef. Over 3 years later, the Chaudière is an excellent example of how an artificial reef is colonized by marine life. A colorful bouquet of life now covers the ship. Anemones, barnacles, and tiny fish are only a few of the estimated 100 species that call the reef home. It has been shown that iron acts like a vitamin for marine life. The iron attracts and encourages growth on the exposed metal parts of the ship. Iron does not usually occur in any great abundance naturally in seawater. These artificial reefs are constructed almost exclusively with iron-based steel. As a result, the ships quickly attract encrusting marine life. Vibrantly colored plumose anemones are one of the most striking forms of life that attach themselves to the ship's hull. Tiny nudibranchs, or sea slugs, scour the ship for food. This alabaster nudibranch can crack open the shell of a small snail with its powerful jaws. Small fish, like this grunt sculpin, also call the reef home. Larger fish, like this lingcod, find an ample supply of food on the reef structure. In time, ships like the Chaudière become living laboratories. Scientists have a rapidly evolving ecosystem to study in a controlled environment.
We've had a saying in the Artificial Reef Society, if you sink it, they will come. And it's quite true. The fish come, the invertebrate life comes, and the tourists come. It's been a win-win situation for everyone with this program.
In September of 1995, a remarkable event was staged near Sydney, British Columbia, the sinking of the HMCS Mackenzie. The Mackenzie was built in Montreal in 1961 and commissioned as a permanent member of the Canadian Navy a year later. An interesting fact is that the ship was used in the blockade of Cuba during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Decommissioned in 1993, the vessel was then sold to the Artificial Reef Society. Preparing the ship for its new home was not an easy task. Reef Society members worked for 6 months, salvaging parts and cutting access holes for divers. The Navy needed a full year to remove oil, fuel, and other toxic substances from the ship. With a clean bill of health from Environment Canada, the ship was ready for sinking. Well-marked entry and exit points were also established to facilitate safe passage for divers who would soon be visiting the ship. A week before the event, the Mackenzie was towed to Vancouver Island and the Institute for Ocean Sciences near Sydney. Tours of the Mackenzie were available to the general public. Hundreds of people lined up to catch a last glimpse of the ship.
I told you before, the ops center was where everything was controlled from. The officer of the watch would be up here, along with a navigator. They had a signalman sitting over there, and the bosun's mate would sit sitting over here. This hole was not there at one time, again, to facilitate the divers.
The day before the sinking, the vessel was towed in front of the host city, Sydney. Curious onlookers gathered along the shoreline to view the Mackenzie as it passed in front of Mount Baker in Washington State. The day of the sinking, boaters showed up very early to get a good vantage point. Hundreds, perhaps even close to 1,000 vessels eventually gathered to witness the event. As the countdown grew closer, it was evident that the number of people and boats in attendance would far surpass even the most optimistic projections. A few hours before detonation, police demolition experts carefully cut the plastic explosive into small strips.
The explosives on the other side of this wood frame will cut a hole out just exactly the same as this, and this compartment, which is the aft mag, will flood very quickly. These two lines here are detonating cord. These lines will carry the shock from the actual detonator at the aft of the boat. So when the firing button is fired, the detonator will go bang. These have high-speed explosives. The shock wave will carry forward along these lines to the charges that are actually in the belly of the boat.
Well, this is something we've been working on for more than 2 years, and it all gets down to the last 2 hours, the last half hour, the last 10 minutes. And when this is all over, I'm going to be so happy and so relieved.
The last official order of business was a final toast. Dignitaries, former captains, and the media boarded the Mackenzie to pay tribute to the ship's long and distinguished career.
Tonight, she leaves this beautiful land of light and air where she will sleep in the arms of the sea for generations to come. So we want to say, as a last thing to Mackenzie, for now and the future, well done, Mackenzie. Mr. Roberts? Flags, signaling. Well done. Gentlemen?
Mackenzie.
With everyone safely loaded off the decks of the Mackenzie, the ship was ready for its date with history.
Everything went basically according to plan. When the explosions went off, we got the water flooding into the ship very low down. That allowed the ship to drive forward in the water and settle basically on her keel.
The day after the sinking, a few lucky divers and volunteers were allowed to visit the new artificial reef. With only a slight list to port, the ship landed almost upright. Important lessons had been learned with the Chaudière sinking, and improved explosive charges were much more effective this time. The radar tower lies only 20 to 30 feet below the surface, with the decks and interior of the ship safely within comfortable diving limits. 6 months after the sinking, this is what the radar tower now looks like. Fast-growing bull kelp attached to the tower rises sharply to the surface. 2 colorful nudibranchs anchor themselves to the tower's grid. On the hull, encrusting life is already evident. Thousands of tiny barnacles filter feed in the brisk currents. Several species of prawn and shrimp now roam about the decks. In time, this ship will be entirely encrusted with life. Like the church and the Chaudière, the Mackenzie will become one of the world's great artificial reefs.
When a ship goes down, everybody benefits. The ship benefits because it takes on a new life. But I think the real benefactor when the waters close in over a ship, the real benefactor is the future.
The most recent addition to the fleet of artificial reefs in Canada is the HMCS Columbia. Similar to the Mackenzie and Chaudière, the Columbia is also a 366-foot destroyer escort. The site chosen for the Columbia is Campbell River, a small community on central Vancouver Island. Here, work crews readied the ship for its new home. Former crew members and captains gathered to reminisce about old times.
When we sailed in from Halifax, the temperature was down to about 0. Went to Bedford Basin and had to actually cut ice for the 3 ships.
That's on you.
Had some good cruises on her. Hawaii, Fiji, San Diego. first time on a ship, first time away from home, all those things that go with that. It was a great time.
Art Compton and Ronald Nelson were given one last task to perform as the Columbia left Campbell River to be towed to the sinking site. 2 large tugs were needed to safely pull the heavy ship. A sheltered bay a few miles north of the city proved to be the best location for the ship. The strong currents of the region flow past the bay, leaving the Columbia relatively untouched. 2 unique memorials were placed inside the Columbia. One was for an enthusiastic supporter of the Artificial Reef Society who recently passed away.
This little plaque is just a memento from the Artificial Reef Society to remember Peter Mundrell by. Peter was with us in the dark days of the early part of the Artificial Reef program during the shoddy era, and he saw what we saw, the vision of an artificial reef program in British Columbia, second to none in the world, that could attract tourism and enhance environmental awareness with this program. The family of Petty Officer Walks approached the Artificial Reef Society about having his ashes interned on board the ship. Apparently, Petty Officer Walks had spent some of his happiest days on board this ship, and he passed away 2 years ago at age 60. The family came on last week, and we interned his ashes here in the galley area, and we've sealed the area, and we have this memorial plaque to Petty Officer Walks so he can spend eternity on a place he truly loved.
The day before the sinking, safety officers briefed the many boat captains that would take part in the event.
Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your patience here, but I'd like to remind you that the purpose of this meeting was to make you aware that this is a blasting site, and it's going to be under RCMP control, police control, and the perimeter that I've outlined during this meeting will be enforced.
John, do you want to give us a status report on Columbia at this point?
Okay, we are right on track with all of the major details we had to get done today. The demolition crew has installed all of the charges, everything's in place. They'll come on tomorrow morning and do the final hookups and get the whole thing live.
The night before, a contest winner was declared who would have the honor of pushing the button that would detonate the blast. The day of the sinking, last-minute preparations are made.
Yeah, we're just putting together the blast curtains for the concussion charges on the side of the hull, the cutting charges. This bubble pack is air-filled pockets will absorb the concussion.
As an added bonus for the crowd, fireworks are placed inside the ship's guns. They will precede the actual blast from the explosive charges by a few seconds. Final preparations are made with the onboard cameras. These video cameras will record the sinking as it happens, actually going down with the ship. Crowds begin to form several hours before the blast. Unlike the Mackenzie event, only a few boats will be allowed within the small confines of the bay. RCMP explosives experts arrive for a final inspection.
We always dual prime or 2 blasting caps in each of the charges, as well as 2 blasting caps on here. The thing to keep in mind is the last ship sank in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So if something does go wrong, there's no time to come back on board and fix it. Our biggest concern on the last morning is the fact that there's so much activity going on board, and all of our explosive lines are laid out, and somebody's going to trip or pull something loose on us. So it's a matter of going back and rechecking just prior to any explosives being set off. We will be the last ones off the ship.
It's 60 minutes to go before detonation. Final things are being done to make the ship go down the way we want it to. Holes are being cut extra close to the water. Charges are being set, and we're essentially pulling all of our equipment off the ship, so the only thing that'll be going down with it are the video cameras.
As with the Mackenzie, the Columbia is toasted with a final salute.
Gentlemen? Not a dry throat, no house, please. Good. It's a wonderful event.
I think, as with all good families, it's a sense of loss because the family's being split up, and of course, first-class ship, which is going down. It's sad in many ways, but she can't last forever, so it'll be a good use.
A few minutes before blast time, the onboard cameras are turned on to record the sinking. Bagpipers perform a final tribute to the ship.
Okay, 30 seconds. Repeat, 30 seconds to go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let it rip.
We gotta get rid of that blanket. Blanket in front of the back. Cut it. Just cut the rope. Cut the rope.
Lord knows what she's actually done down there, and it's always a little bit tense to find out what's happened. She's safe in any configuration, but I must confess, the more vertical she is, the happier I am.
That's wonderful. It's just on exactly the right tilt to make it really interesting. Perfect? Perfect. Perfect. We'll keep you on the barrel.
The sinking of these ships is not without controversy. Some groups fear environmental problems, but with strict government standards for cleanups and many proven benefits to marine life, artificial reef programs appear to be successful. The Artificial Reef Society of British Columbia has 2 more naval ships to sink in the next few years. They will undoubtedly not be the last. In July 1985, treasure hunter Mel Fisher and his crew discovered the priceless cargo of the fabled Spanish galleon, the Etosha.
Oh, man. All right, Kim. Who found it, Kim? There. You find it? All right. You can wear anything. You can wear anything you want now.
The dream that had consumed Fisher for 17 years finally came true. He had found the greatest cache of treasure the world had ever seen. He discovered the rainbow's end, stacks of gold and silver bars, chests of coins, jewels, and countless valuable artifacts. Today, we'll look at some of the remarkable events surrounding the discovery of the Etosha. We'll travel to the Isle of Devils, Bermuda, to look for lost ships and artifacts with renowned treasure hunters Teddy Tucker and Henry Cox. Later in the program, we'll see how time and seawater affect shipwrecks and their precious cargo. We'll also feature some of the most commonly found treasure coins. And finally, we'll examine a controversy that pits archaeologists, governments, and treasure hunters against each other. Today, on Undersea Explorer. A shallow reef. Jagged corals lie just inches below the surface. Under the cover of night or in storm-tossed seas, these hidden reefs have hastened the demise of many ships. Countless vessels met violent fates, and many have perished since man first ventured onto the oceans. On older shipwrecks, a scattered pile of ballast stones or a coral-encrusted anchor or cannon may be all that remains of a once proud vessel. These are the clues that modern-day wreck and treasure hunters search for. With the advent of technologies like scuba, sonar, metal detectors, and submersibles, many of these shipwrecks have recently been discovered. These historic time capsules are only now revealing their long-guarded secrets. Buried by sediment, debris, and sometimes hundreds of years of coral growth, these ships do not give up these secrets easily.
You know, I've never ceased to be amazed at the drama which going into the sea involves. The mere act of putting a face mask on and suddenly becoming a part of the underwater world as opposed to our dry world has never ceased to thrill me in my diving life. I think the most exciting thing that happens underwater first is discovery. The discovery of a ship is to come upon a capsule, if you like, of time. I've never understood quite what the word treasure means, except that I read, of course, like all boys did, Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island, and the words uttered by that parrot that sat on the shoulder of Long John Silver and talked to generations of children, pieces of eight, pieces of eight. But the discovery of treasure is actually being able to touch someone else's life who has lived perhaps hundreds of years before you yourself have lived. That is the magic of being in the sea.
Gold, silver, emeralds, precious cargo from a Spanish treasure galleon, the Etosha, bound for Spain from Cuba almost 400 years ago. On September 4th, 1622, a 28-ship convoy left Havana Harbor. The vessels were laden with New World products like tobacco, indigo, and an immense wealth of silver and gold. Their journey ended in tragedy as the fleet was battered by a raging hurricane. 8 ships, including the Etosha, were wrecked on the treacherous reefs west of the Florida Keys. Only 5 of the 265 persons aboard survived. For over 370 years, the priceless cargo of the Etosha lay undisturbed in a shallow, watery grave. Many searched, but the hiding place remained a mystery. For Mel Fisher and his team of treasure hunters, days became weeks, weeks became months, and months became years. 17 years passed before one magnificent day changed the lives of everyone involved forever. On July 20th, 1985, a marine radio crackled to life in the Key West office of Treasure Salvers Incorporated. The message? Put away the charts. We've got the mother lode. At 1:05 p.m. that fateful day, Mel Fisher learned that his greatest dream had been realized, the discovery of the world's richest cache of lost treasure. As the days and weeks passed after the discovery, it became clear that the staggering treasure of the Etosha would surpass even the riches of King Tut's tomb. Over 50 tons of gold, silver, emeralds, and artifacts were pulled from the wreck site. The Spanish had shipped a seemingly endless supply of gold from Peru, emeralds from Colombia, and silver from Mexico to the Royal Treasury in Seville. After nearly 2 decades of searching and great personal and financial hardship, Mel triumphed with his amazing discovery of the Etosha. He had come a long way from humble beginnings in the Midwest state of Indiana.
Yeah, it's really been a wonderful, exciting life. We started out with a 5-gallon paint can, turned it upside down, put it over my head, you know. But it floated, so I had to take a tire off of my bicycle and wrap around the bottom of it and sacrifice all my lead soldiers and melt them down and pour them in the tire, and then we could stay down. And now I'm bringing up gold and emeralds and silver and all kinds of magnificent treasures. You just never know what you're going to find next. It's been a very good life. I've enjoyed myself, and I've got a lot of kids now and grandkids and great-grandkids, and most of them are all into the diving and treasure hunting too.
Mel Fisher pioneered many salvage techniques, one of which included the mailbox. It was a device used to deflect propeller thrust downward toward the ocean bottom. It allowed divers to sift through sediment and debris in a fraction of the time it would normally take. A combination of the mailbox, handheld metal detectors, magnetometers, sonar, and a dedicated family and crew all contributed to the discovery of the Etosha. In addition to the more valuable items, the Etosha revealed a fascinating glimpse into the life of Spanish sailors of the 17th century. Divers uncovered a staggering array of artifacts, from cutlery to large olive jars. This would prove to be one of the most significant archaeological finds in modern history.
We're so excited uncovering all that about 100 tons of gold and silver and magnificent things. And we didn't realize it, but while we were blowing away the seashells and the mud, we were blowing away a couple $2 billion worth of emeralds. And they're scattered all over the ocean floor out there now. There still remains today another 50 tons of gold and silver, another big pile of treasure on the Margarita that we still haven't found. Now this is 24 years later. We're still searching, and I think we'll find it today. I'm getting on a plane because I think today's the day. I'm going back to Key West and take a look at that big pile.
Bermuda. The ocean bottom surrounding the island is littered with the remains of hundreds of shipwrecks. From the beginning of the 16th century, Bermuda became a landmark for sailors returning to Europe, often with disastrous results. The desire to sight Bermuda to confirm their position often ended a voyage. Ships crashed on jagged reefs that extended up to 10 miles offshore. Navigating the reefs that encircled the island was a hazardous undertaking for the sailing ships of the era. Their instruments were crude and unreliable, and the reefs were frequently only a few inches below the surface. Dr. Edward Harris of the Bermuda Maritime Museum explains.
Bermuda stands in the middle of the sea routes back to Europe, and the small coral island is surrounded by reefs up to a depth of 10 miles. And of course, the ships often came across Bermuda in the middle of the night on their way back to Europe, and unfortunately ended up on the reefs. Before the invention of the Harrison chronometer, it was very difficult to work out your position east and west. And so early mariners used Bermuda as a beacon, which they hoped to see, which gave them their position. And they could then, in effect, turn right for Europe. Unfortunately, they often came up on the wrong side of Bermuda, thinking they were on the other side. And particularly if it was in the night or in a storm, they were in great difficulties and often ended up on the rocks.
This is some little iron nails and stuff, fittings, ship fittings. Look at all these. This is a ship that was burnt. And all of these, that'd be wrought iron. It's picked up, the iron is oxidized and picked up the ground up coral and sand.
In 1955, a young salver and part-time treasure hunter named Teddy Tucker discovered gold, silver, and jewels from the 1596 wreck of the Spanish ship San Pedro.
In 51, I found the ship. In 55, we started working on it. And a couple of days after we got out there, we started picking up little gold, pieces of gold bars, silver coins, gold ingots, and jewelry, and all the other artifacts that go with the ship.
Teddy's dock front is littered with artifacts gathered during 5 decades of successful salvaging. Now in his early 70s, Tucker is not one to sit back and rest on his laurels. He still actively searches for new wreck sites. Along with a few close friends and his daughter Wendy, Teddy explores Bermuda's reefs on his boat, the Miss Wendy. Tucker rarely uses electronic devices to find shipwrecks. He relies mainly on a sharp memory and visual clues. One of his more unusual methods is to tow a diver behind the boat. This allows for a perfect view of the bottom features of a reef.
No, nothing but flint.
Looking for ballast stones, cannons, or an encrusted anchor, divers scan the bottom for hours at a time. On this day, we were lucky to spot one of the best indicators of a possible shipwreck, an anchor wedged in a coral reef.
If you notice, there's a ring that fits right in the end of it, and that is actually broken off. And part of the spade is actually buried right into the rock, grown right into the rock. So we would consider this a very, very old anchor.
My father's been diving or around the ocean since he was about 5 years old. He's now 71. And a few of us on the boat today have said, well, when he can't, we'll take him with us. And he would like to do that.
That's it. It's just it's that satisfying. It's an adventure and a continuous treasure hunt and a very entertaining way to pass life.
Another one of Bermuda's colorful treasure hunters is Henry Cox. Like Tucker, Cox does not use modern methods like sonar or magnetometers. Instead, he uses 40 years of experience and instinct to search for wrecks and artifacts. One of the salvage claims Henry Cox currently works is the Manila wreck. This 18th century Dutchman lies in 15 feet of water. Stacks of cannons are overgrown with hundreds of years of coral encrustation. Henry still finds beads, musket, and cannonballs, and other artifacts on the site.
I fanned the sand some more, and there twinkled into my view 3 perfectly minted, hand-struck gold coins.
When a ship sinks, a number of decaying processes begin. Wood and most types of metal deteriorate quickly in the marine environment. Gold is one of the only metals that is completely unharmed. It remains as shiny and new as the day it slipped below the surface. Wooden timbers, however, are particularly vulnerable and are usually eaten away by teredo worms. The wood cellulose fibers are also attacked by chlorine salts. If the timbers of a ship's hull are buried beneath sand or mud, they can last for centuries. As soon as they're exposed to seawater, they begin to crumble. A ship may last only a few decades before completely disappearing. In order to preserve wood and metal artifacts, archaeologists must use a variety of methods.
The preservation of timber involves the replacement of the decayed cellulose from the wood cells. This is done by soaking the object in a water-soluble wax or an ordinary sugar, which replaces the cellulose, and when the object is dried out, the crystal of the wax of the sugar expands and bulks out the walls of the cells, and so the object is preserved in its original form. This is a gun port from the English ship, the Warwick, which sank at Bermuda in 1619. We are soaking the timber of the actual gun port in polyethylene glycol to preserve the timber. Any object which has been buried in the sea for a period of time will be impregnated with chlorine salts from the ocean, and these must be removed if the object is to be preserved. This is done by electrolysis, whereby you put a current through the metal object and you have a sacrificial anode in the same tank, and so the chlorine comes out of your artifact and goes to the sacrificial anode. These are two cannonballs that were taken off a shipwreck at the same time. This one has been put through electrolysis and has been conserved. This one, for demonstration purposes, is not, and you can see what happens to the object after several years, where the chlorine salts basically destroy the metal object from the inside. Other iron artifacts are covered by a coral concretion, and the iron may have completely dissolved away, so that you can in fact fill it up with epoxy and remove the concretion, so that here we have a nail from a ship. It's fallen off the timber when it was eaten away, covered by coral. The iron is completely wasted away, but the shape of the object has been preserved in the inside of the coral, and this nail, which looks just like the original artifact, is epoxy.
Balancing the interests of salvors and archaeologists is now a hotly debated subject. Treasure hunters like Mel Fisher frequently find themselves in court doing battle with state, federal, and local authorities. There is no doubt that without the hard work and perseverance of the treasure hunter, most of these ships would never be found.
When an archaeological site is destroyed by salvage divers, we lose our heritage in two ways. Firstly, the sites are generally not recorded, that is to say, transferred into photographs or paper. And secondly, the artifact collections are sold off into the private domain so that we lose their value as a historic collection. Underwater archaeological sites are part of our common international heritage. These sites should be preserved for generations to come. When it's necessary to disturb a site, it should be done by archaeological methods, and the artifacts should be kept in the country in which the ship has gone down.
I think they're wrong, and I think I'm right, and I'm sure I'll win because I went through this before when I found this big pile of treasure on the Atocha and also on the 1715 fleet in Central Florida. And the U.S. government said they owned it all, and the state of Florida said, no, they owned it all. And I said, no, I own it all. So we had 111 federal court hearings, and 2 of them were in the appellate court and 1 in the Supreme Court of the United States with 9 judges presiding, and I won. How about that? I won the whole thing. And now, I couldn't believe last year they're doing it again, and now I got to go through these court things all over again.
I don't defend the philosophy of the gravedigger, whether he be in the Peruvian highlands or whether it is a diver here in Bermuda. I don't regard myself as a thief or as a man who would purloin the properties of generations to come. I think I'm in a position to contribute to that wealth of heritage, and that's what I'm doing.
The undersea world of the Galapagos Islands, among the richest, most exotic, and least explored waters on Earth. These islands reveal our planet's foremost laboratory of evolution. The process occurs right before your very eyes. Plants, birds, and animals adapting and changing at an astonishing rate. But few people realize that the same process occurs underwater. We'll journey to these extraordinary islands and document some of the bizarre and fantastic life forms found both above and below the water. We'll also join an expedition to remote Darwin Island. Here, we'll experience remarkable encounters with massive schools of hammerhead sharks and a giant among fish, the whale shark. And finally, we'll examine an issue that threatens to destroy one of the world's last remaining pristine ecosystems. Today, on Undersea Explorer. The Galapagos are remote specks of land in a vast Pacific Ocean. The islands lie uniquely isolated on the equator, 600 miles west of Ecuador in South America. Over 5 million years ago, successive volcanic eruptions formed an underwater platform with towering mountains. The highest peaks rose above the surface, creating an island chain known today as the Galapagos. From the 1600s, they were a lonely refuge for pirate and whaling ships and vessels that strayed off course. In 1835, the islands were visited by a modest, unknown scientist named Charles Darwin. He would be the first scientist to set foot on her shores. He signed on as ship's naturalist for a 5-year expedition aboard the sailing vessel Beagle. Traveling north on the prevailing currents, which ran parallel to the South American coast, the ship stumbled upon these islands by accident. Darwin and the Beagle's crew beheld a bizarre and fantastic world, unlike anywhere else on Earth. It was a remarkable spectacle. They saw strange birds of all shapes and sizes. Massive tortoises weighing hundreds of pounds. And mammals more commonly seen in colder climates, but the Galapagos straddled the equator. Darwin saw iguanas that fed in the sea, creatures adapted to eat algae and plants under the water. Wandering its shores, he found a naturalist's paradise so strange and wonderful that it would forever change the course of Western thought. Darwin visited only 4 of the 16 major islands, spending a mere 3 weeks. He filled his bags with specimens, took notes, and left. However brief the visit, it was one of the great events in the history of science. Darwin's observations shook both the scientific and religious foundations of the world. What Darwin couldn't have imagined was that the undersea world of these islands was as astounding as that above water. Today, divers and scientists have the means to explore a world Darwin never dreamed of.
Evolution is a property of all life, whether it occurs on land or in the water. The same processes are at work, the same consequences of evolution are seen in the ecosystems from the ocean depths to the tops of mountains. Fish also have the advantage of the mobility of the ocean currents and the fact that the ocean is something that they can traverse in every direction. We see that on land only in the way that birds can migrate thousands of miles, thousands of kilometers twice a year. Fish have the ocean currents they can ride, ocean currents they can be dispersed on, colonizing new areas. This in turn feeds the evolutionary mosaic that's continually being played out in these systems. To seed new areas with species, you can do it with eggs and larvae being transported on the currents. The transport is passive for these species. They have to rely on the vagaries of exactly how the currents go and their speeds, which makes it a very fortuitous and chance event. And it's the chance that makes the evolution so interesting. Once they've been introduced, the species may settle and evolve there themselves. That means that there's a lot of endemic species, species which are found nowhere else. In the Galapagos, at least a third of the species are found nowhere else in the world. This is an extraordinarily high number.
Ancestors of these fish were once found in the Caribbean, Atlantic, and the Pacific. The vast oceans were at one time connected, allowing species to travel freely on ocean currents. 7 different currents converge on the Galapagos, from cold Antarctic to warm equatorial flows. All of these currents contribute diversity, creating a rich mosaic of marine life. Like their counterparts on land, these drifters and chance colonizers became the pioneers of the Galapagos. Marooned on these desert islands and remote seas, they managed to survive and adapt. This is where Darwin's story of evolution begins. They started to change, becoming different from their ancestors in the Americas, even different from their relatives on neighboring islands. Charles Darwin didn't know about evolution, either above or below the water. In fact, when nature revealed clues to her greatest secret, he didn't understand them, at least not right away. After leaving the islands, it took him over a quarter of a century to formulate his radical theories on evolution by natural selection. In 1959, 100 years after the publication of Darwin's The Origin of the Species, the government of Ecuador declared all areas of the Galapagos to be national parks. Marine waters joined the park system in 1986, and today, over 97% of the archipelago is protected from harmful development. In 1979, UNESCO declared the islands a World Heritage Site. The Galapagos is one of the few pristine places left in the world. Unlike islands such as Hawaii, the Galapagos has only recently seen the arrival of man. The destructive presence of humans is now beginning to take its toll. Although protected, the islands are in peril. It is uncertain whether the Galapagos can survive the most traumatic of evolutionary events, the arrival of man. We began our journey in the port city of Guayaquil. After a 600-mile flight over the Pacific, we landed on the Galapagos island of San Cristobal. Here, we joined the live-aboard diving vessel, the Galapagos Aggressor. Equipped for extended stays at sea, we traveled the length of the islands in 7 days. Before boarding the dive vessel, we encountered our first sampling of Galapagos marine life. Sea lions relaxed along the shoreline, sometimes taking residence in small fishing boats. The Galapagos sea lion and the fur sea lion inhabit sandy beaches and rocky shorelines. Most of their time is spent lazily basking in the sun. Sea lions are excellent swimmers and divers. As soon as they enter the water, their heart rate drops, their blood vessels constrict, and their lungs begin to collapse. Blood flows as usual to the heart and brain, but less reaches non-vital organs like the kidneys. To stay underwater, sea lions are able to draw on oxygen in the muscles as well as in their blood. Fur sea lions can be distinguished from the Galapagos sea lion by their smaller size, larger eyes, and heavier fur coats. Male sea lions are much larger than females and have a bulbous forehead. Sea lions often delight in human company, cavorting and taunting intruding divers. Perhaps the strangest of all Galapagos sea creatures is the marine iguana. These unique reptiles evolved from land iguanas, eventually turning to the sea for their main source of food, aquatic plants and algae. They do not hold their breath and actually fill their lungs with water. Because they have no special buoyancy abilities, air in their lungs would prevent them from submerging. Once back on shore, they spit out the water and breathe normally. Another remarkable undersea reptile is the sea turtle. It's hard to imagine that the green sea turtle is an endangered species when you visit the Galapagos. Hundreds swim about the islands, oblivious to the presence of human visitors. Like their cousins, the giant tortoise, these turtles have no natural fear. This has led to their demise in many parts of the world. Ponderous on land, sea turtles swim with grace and speed in all of the world's oceans except the Antarctic. A little-known fact about the Galapagos Islands is that they have their own species of penguin. It's the only penguin that inhabits equatorial waters. During the day, using their wings as flippers, they swim out to sea to feed on small schooling fish. Visiting these islands underwater, one wonders what Darwin's reaction would have been had he been able to venture below the surface. The sheer abundance of life is staggering. Immense schools of barracuda, jacks, and dozens of other species swim in the strong currents. These currents bear nutrients and minute animals that form the basis of a complex food chain. The 7 major currents that bathe the islands are responsible for an unusual assemblage of over 300 species of fish. Darwin would have marveled at these amazing creatures. Moray eels, ranging in size from only a few inches to over 7 feet in length. Strange guinea fowl pufferfish that change from bright yellow to almost black with white spots. And large stingrays and eagle rays, measuring 8 feet across. In order to document the marine life of the region, cameramen have to wear thick wetsuits. Even though the Galapagos straddles the equator, water temperatures range anywhere from 60 to 80 degrees. Temperatures vary depending on which current prevails. We traveled through the main group of islands for a few days and then headed north before a dazzling sunset. Most of the islands are a few latitudinal degrees below the equator. In order to reach our final destination, we had to cross the equator, as confirmed by the boat's global positioning device. After an overnight journey of over 12 hours, we reached remote Wolf Island. Wolf and Darwin are both uninhabited, impenetrable rocky islands, home to thousands of nesting seabirds. Bottlenose dolphins greeted us with the coming dawn. A few hours later, we arrived at our ultimate destination, Darwin Island. Here we hoped for encounters with 2 types of sharks, scalloped hammerheads and whale sharks. We would not be disappointed. Only moments after descending on our first exploratory dive, our cameraman captured a sea turtle and some steel pompano jacks. In the distance loomed a gigantic shadow, an adult whale shark. Over the course of 10 dives, we encountered whale sharks on each visit. At least half a dozen of the immense sharks cruised back and forth in the brisk currents surrounding Darwin Island. A titan among the ocean's fish, the whale shark can reach lengths of over 50 feet. This harmless surface dweller roams the world's warmer seas, feeding on tiny marine animals that are filtered from the water. These animals tolerated the close approach of divers, even allowing them to ride on their backs. Occasionally annoyed, they would dive deep into the murky water, quickly losing their passengers. In addition to their remarkable size, these animals provided an unexpected surprise: their skin. Most sharks have very abrasive, sandpapery scales that are rough to the touch. Whale shark skin, by comparison, was relatively smooth. This was a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. In addition to encounters with whale sharks, Darwin Island was also home to huge schools of scalloped hammerhead sharks. Numbering in the hundreds, these impressive predators were an imposing sight. No one knows for sure why they school in such large numbers, but the behavior is believed to be related to mating or possibly migration. Another mystery is their oddly shaped head. Some believe they house an enhanced sensory system used to detect prey. Others believe the shovel-shaped hammers are used to aid in apprehending fish, like the bottom-dwelling stingray. Once thought to be man-eaters, hammerheads have proven to be either indifferent to or even wary of man. The tameness of Galapagos animals and marine life is due to the lack of large predators. It doesn't occur to them that we may be here to kill them. But nature lacks foresight and failed to anticipate the coming of man. Early sailors took cruel delight in slaughtering helpless animals. But today, killing a seal or tortoise above the water is unheard of. Yet foreign fishing vessels routinely fish illegally around the islands. One of the world's sacred places is under attack from two of the usual suspects: greed and ignorance. Cruising past Wolf Island, we were astonished to see several fishing boats only a few hundred yards from shore. Large, high-tech fishing vessels like this ship flaunt the laws of Ecuador and haul out hundreds of tons of tuna, sharks, and other food fish. An ever-growing Asian demand for shark fins and meat is now threatening these apex predators. With no resources to pursue and punish the offenders, officials are powerless in the face of this increasing threat. Our captain radioed the Ecuadorian Coast Guard to inform him of the infraction.
A ver, hemos encontrado un buque pesquero llamado Cervantes, pescando ilegalmente a 1 milla de la isla Camión.
A park guide videotaped the offending ship for proof of their activities. We found out later that the ship simply left Ecuadorian waters, probably with a full hold of illegally caught fish.
Apex predators feed at the very top of the food chain. When you remove them from a food chain or decrease their abundance greatly, it can have a number of consequences. It's difficult to predict them because apex predators, by their very nature, feed on many different kinds of species. That makes it very difficult or impossible for scientists to predict in advance what the consequences are. When you remove an apex predator, some of the things that it feeds on are likely to increase in abundance. You could also be very unlucky, and the things which increase in abundance are themselves voracious predators and have detrimental impacts.
Because of their remoteness, the Galapagos Islands, especially Wolf and Darwin, are easy pickings for fishermen. Under intense international pressure, the government has tried to limit these activities, but failed consistently. Some politicians have even pressed for and received concessions to allow fishing. After bans were implemented on shark and sea cucumber harvesting, fishermen staged violent protests, taking hostages at the Darwin Research Station. They also threatened to kill precious captive tortoise populations. Authorities eventually caved in, allowing limited fishing.
Get that real shark?
It is virtually impossible to please everyone in this very complex issue. Without a viable alternative, impoverished fishermen have little recourse but to break existing laws. But there is no excuse for the actions of foreign vessels in these waters.
Many people are aware that the bird and land animals in the Galapagos have some of the highest protection in the world. You can't step off a trail when you're being taken around to view the products of evolution at work. The government has tried to create the same protection for the marine environment, but it needs the same kind of enforcement, the same kinds of surveillance for the benefits of that protection to actually be experienced. Protection and enforcement on land is possible. You can regulate where people go and when they go there with the presence of guides and enforcement officials. You need the same kind of presence, the same kind of enforcement to protect the underwater environment. And that's very difficult to achieve, costly, takes a real commitment. But without it, it's very difficult to be optimistic.
Tourism is the least of the Galapagos problems and may actually be their ultimate savior. Visitors come here to see wildlife in a pristine state. If the ecosystem is damaged by fishing, no one will want to visit the islands, thereby destroying the main source of income for most residents. There are other pressing problems in these troubled waters. The permanent human population of the islands is increasing at an exponential rate, placing a strain on very limited resources. The Galapagos Islands are at a crossroad. We witnessed undersea marvels that will quickly disappear if the situation remains unchanged. The world must recognize this precious resource and the implications of its demise should nothing be done. The Pacific manta ray. These graceful giants were once called devilfish because of their cephalic fins' resemblance to the horns of a devil. Now known to be harmless surface dwellers, manta rays prey on nothing larger than plankton and small fish. Occasionally measuring over 20 feet across, the enormous animals are an inspiring sight, gliding through the water like birds in flight. Today, we'll journey to a remote group of islands, 250 miles southwest of the Baja Peninsula, for a remarkable encounter with giant manta rays. We'll examine the fascinating behavior of these fish and other large residents of the island's waters, including humpback whales and bottlenose dolphins. We'll also travel to the Hawaiian Islands to witness the feeding habits of mantas at night. And finally, we'll visit British Columbia, Canada, and the Vancouver Aquarium to investigate how smart fish really are. Today, on Undersea Explorer. Almost 250 miles southwest of the tip of Mexico's Baja Peninsula lies a remote archipelago, the Socorro Islands. Known as Mexico's Galapagos, these uninhabited specks of land are part of the same chain which includes the Galapagos Islands. Lonely outposts in a vast Pacific Ocean, the Socorro Islands are recently active volcanoes that rise thousands of feet from the ocean bottom. Immense fields of lava give evidence of eruptions only 40 years ago. Desolate, battered by ferocious storms, and with little fresh water, the Socorro Islands have been spared the effects of a permanent human population. But while there is little sign of life above the surface, the undersea world teems with frenzied activity. Immense schools of fish hover around busy reefs. A jagged, rocky bottom is home to a diverse mosaic of marine life, from spiny lobsters to large moray eels, to the masters of camouflage, the strange octopus, and the flounder, a highly prized flatfish. What draws marine life to the Socorro Islands is a wealth of food. Plankton-rich water forms the basis of a dynamic, complex food chain. We began our journey in the seaside town of Cabo San Lucas. Cabo is a deep-sea fishing and tourism center and the staging point for our expedition with the Solmar 5, a live-aboard diving vessel. Rounding Land's End, the southernmost point of the peninsula, we embarked on a 24-hour, 250-mile journey southwest. Traveling over open ocean, we were luckily spared bad weather and had an uneventful, calm crossing. The next evening, we spotted the first island in the archipelago, San Benedicto. Just above the teeming reefs that surround San Benedicto reign the giants of the Socorro Islands, humpback whales. The coming sunset revealed the first family of whales. From the beginning of January to the end of April, the waters of the archipelago are host to hundreds of humpbacks. They travel thousands of miles on their annual pilgrimage from the North Pacific. The whales spend the winter here, mating and giving birth. Along with the Hawaiian Islands, the Socorro archipelago is home to some of the largest groups of humpbacks in the world. Traveling in small family pods, they can easily be spotted by their telltale waterspouts. The newborns and their parents display many different types of behavior, some of which indicate play. Tail slapping is a favorite activity for both adults and juveniles. Breaching is another form of playful behavior, which also may serve to rid the giant mammals of parasites. Other cetaceans, such as dolphins and pilot whales, are year-round residents of the islands. On one of our first dives, we were surprised by the appearance of a large group of bottlenose dolphins. Curious yet cautious, the dolphins easily outmaneuvered slow-moving divers. Frequently found surfing in the bow wake of boats, they do not usually approach humans underwater. This was truly a unique encounter. Dolphins and toothed whales use sound as sonar to visualize the world around them. They produce sound by forcing air between a series of air sacs situated between the lungs and their blowhole. They click, squeak, and groan, and no two sounds are alike. The focus of our trip, and one of the most interesting members of Socorro's undersea family, is the Pacific manta ray. The rays here are the largest and most docile in the world. These enormous fish exhibit very strange behavior. They allow scuba divers to gently touch and interact with them. Some observers speculate that the rays stop for divers because humans appear to be the ultimate giant cleaning fish. One of the reasons this behavior is so unique is that there is no exchange of food. Almost any creature can be trained to accept handouts, but the rays are not fed. Another reason is that the mantas encounter humans for only a few short days in the winter months. They seem to exhibit a distinct capacity for memory, quickly reacting to certain divers they're familiar with. The mantas gracefully glide into position, stop, and invite divers to gently touch their undersides. An extremely abrasive skin texture, like coarse sandpaper, requires a light touch.
As the mantas approach you, when we go up to touch them, the mantas really seem to enjoy touching, especially around their belly area, right behind their gills. You can notice this because you'll notice their cephalic fins will actually curl up when you're touching them, and they will also, the wingtips will fold up and they'll actually shake underwater, just as if you were rubbing somebody's or tickling somebody's belly. As a general rule underwater, it's best to maintain a hands-off policy when interacting with marine life. Just observe them. However, this is the one exception to the rule. The mantas seem to actually enjoy the touching underwater and the human contact.
While anchored around the islands, masked and brown boobies joined our boat, and like the mantas, exhibited very tame behavior. Underwater, divers were a curiosity to the friendly birds. One of the most astonishing aspects of the manta's behavior at Socorro is that they may react to hand signals and body movements. Over the course of a few years, dive masters have developed a simple set of hand signals that the mantas seem to respond to. Veteran diver and trainer Scott Sunby has interacted with the mantas for several years and was one of the first divers to use hand signals.
Approximately 3 years ago, we started using the hand signals underwater. We noticed that at the cleaning station, the boiler, the fish were maneuvering their fins in a certain way that were calling over the mantas, and the mantas were responding to the signals, and we thought maybe we could use signals of our own.
When the diver holds his hand up before approaching the manta, we have to understand that, sure, we see the manta and we presume that the manta sees us. But very likely, the manta is also hearing and even feeling the movements of the diver. Manta rays, like sharks, have an ability to sense the electrical potential in our moving muscles. So the fact that these divers who are experienced with mantas are moving very slowly, very smoothly, probably elicits responses that go beyond the seeing capability of the manta. It goes to sensory capabilities that we just don't understand because we haven't got it.
Hovering near or on the surface, a manta filters planktonic animals and small fish from the water. Manta rays normally feed at night, and one of the best places to view this behavior is the big island of Hawaii. Powerful lights lowered into the water from our dive boat attracted tiny swarming plankton and other minute animals. These in turn attract the large mantas that come in for an easy meal. Performing acrobatic loops in front of the light, the mantas efficiently scoop as much food as they can. This spectacle can last all night, with the mantas leaving only after the light is switched off. When they are feeding, their cephalic fins are unfurled and spread apart. The ray swims through the water using the maneuverable fins to help direct food into its cavernous mouth. The manta rays in Hawaii are such regular visitors that over 20 have been identified by their distinctive spot patterns. In the Socorro Islands, familiar mantas are regularly accounted for and logged into a computer file. New animals are entered into the system, along with a drawing or map of the distinctive underside and topside markings. Unique as fingerprints, the markings vary widely.
What we're attempting to do here with the computer program is we're trying to identify the mantas. Each manta has a distinguishing marking on the top and or the bottom, and we're trying to input that into the computer so we can identify them both first time that we've seen them and also for each future spotting that we have.
Mantas are just one of the 350 species of rays, which along with sharks and skates are elasmobranch fishes, a group that has evolved independently of the bony fishes. Instead of bone, they have an internal structure made of cartilage. They are not primitive fishes. In fact, elasmobranchs have an acute sense of smell and can sense the electrical fields of other animals, making them extremely good predators. The 350 species of rays include the manta, eagle, bat, cownose, stingray, and electric ray. Some rays have specialized weapons to deter predators and to stun prey. Electric or torpedo rays can deliver a debilitating shock of electricity as high as 200 volts. Stingrays employ a sharp, venomous spine on their tails. They can paralyze an attacking shark and can seriously injure an unwary diver or snorkeler. Mantas can weigh as much as 3,000 pounds. Specimens have been reported at sizes of almost 25 feet across. In Spanish, their name literally means blanket. Atlantic manta rays and their Pacific counterparts were once thought to be separate species. It has since been proven that they are identical animals. Mantas bear live young that are over 4 feet across. They can be found in all tropical seas except the Mediterranean. In addition to frequenting cleaning stations, manta rays often carry their own parasitic cleaners, remoras. Like magnets, remoras attract sea lice and other pests from the manta. In a strange three-way relationship, both remoras draw parasites from the manta and then eat the pests off each other. They even get a free ride, expending little energy. Remoras are also privy to the smorgasbord of plankton and small animals that the manta feeds on.
Absolutely phenomenal. It's one of the best experiences of my life. It's like a ballet dance with a prima ballerina or something. Actually very special.
It's a neat experience. It's very humbling, actually. It makes you feel very small. They're large creatures, very graceful. It's interesting how they just come up and stop. And they want you to go ahead and touch them. It's a very neat experience, one I'll always remember.
Absolutely incredible. 5 on that dive. Amazing. Most amazing dive site I've seen. Wonderful.
One of the most common misconceptions about fish and invertebrates is that they are not very smart. The manta rays at Socorro are only one of many examples of the remarkable mental abilities of fish. Like more intelligent animals, fish can be trained to accept handouts of food. Even large predators such as sharks can be taught to accept food from humans. Today, one of the most popular attractions in scuba diving are shark feedings. More docile fish, like groupers, are also frequent attractions for divers. This Nassau grouper named Gilly has been interacting with humans for several years. At the Cod Hole on Australia's Great Barrier Reef, several different species gather together in one place for a feeding. Massive Napoleon wrasse, potato cod, and moray eels aggressively vie for position as tasty morsels of fish are handed out. In the Pacific Northwest, giant wolf eels eagerly anticipate the arrival of human visitors. Supplying them with their favorite food, sea urchins, divers find wolf eels are quite gentle and friendly, despite their fearsome appearance. In Socorro, the mantas are not fed, which makes their behavior all the more unusual.
We have found over the years that the mantas have an extraordinary capacity for memory. Not only do they remember us underwater, but they have actually remembered the hand signals each time that we come back. We've gone away for as long as 6 months, and we've come back, and when we have 6 divers in the water, the mantas will swim right up to the dive masters first.
In order to better understand the intelligence of these marine animals, we visited the renowned Vancouver Aquarium in British Columbia, Canada. We spoke to biologist Dr. Jeff Marliof about the mental capabilities of fish.
Fish and invertebrates do have real intelligence, but it's not really the type of intelligence that we understand because they aren't exactly like us. Because we have eyes and fish have eyes, we assume that when they're looking at us while we look at them, that they're thinking the way that we do. In fact, they have some sense abilities that we just don't comprehend. They have a sensory capability called distant touch, where they can actually feel us moving around in the water. In the case of a shark or a ray, they can actually sense the electricity that our muscles produce when we're moving. So they've got abilities that we don't comprehend, and similarly, they lack the intellectual or rational ability that we have to do things involving reasoning. Some of the things that fish do, we can relate to. A pet fish in some species can recognize its owner and be frightened by strangers. That's something that we can relate to. The way that salmon come off the high seas and find their way to the river they were born in and smell their way home is something that we really don't comprehend because we can't do that. We just don't have a very good sense of smell compared to most animals. One of the North Pacific fishes that divers are familiar with as having a type of intelligence is the wolf eel. It's one of these types of fish that gets friendly with divers. They live in a den for a long period of time. They're long-lived like we are, and so divers get to know individual wolf eels. And in the case of the wolf eels we'll see here at the aquarium, where they've been fed by hand all their lives, they're extremely diver-friendly to the point of looking like they're mobbing the diver. They know they'll get a meal. So it's just a case of a bit of learning, a good memory, good ability to recognize things, animals in their environment. When we talk about fish and their intelligence, we do tend to think about our own intelligence. We have a good memory, we have a terrific ability to learn. So when we see fish showing an ability to learn or to remember, we tend to think, aha, they're much like we are. We have to remember that there are fish that are reacting in tremendous detail to everything around them who aren't necessarily doing much of any remembering. In the case of schooling fishes, for example, it's all based on instinct. Fish actually have much more reliance on instinct than we do, even though they can layer on top of their instincts their ability to recognize experiences that they've had before. People ask questions not only about learning in fish, but about the way fish feel. Can a fish feel that it's being hurt? Well, yes and no. A fish can feel when a hook goes in its mouth, and it certainly reacts to it. And it can feel when you pull the hook out. But after it's been wounded, can it dwell on it? Can it think, ouch, boy, that's killing me? No, they don't have that part of their brain that we have to dwell on things, to rationally contemplate what has happened to us.
Many species of fish display hunting techniques, camouflage abilities, and mating rituals thought to be the exclusive behavior of more advanced creatures. With our marine resources being depleted at an unprecedented rate, it may be too late to fully study and comprehend the behavior and intelligence of marine animals. Perhaps if we thought of fish and invertebrates as beings capable of thought and feeling, maybe we wouldn't be so quick to destroy them. In Socorro, graceful manta rays are now protected from fishing. In a rare environmental success story, a passing sailor captured on video the slaughter of several mantas. After turning the video over to authorities, the government acted quickly, banning all commercial fishing in the archipelago. In other areas of the world, many species of fish, especially those that are commercially harvested, are on the verge of extinction. The future is uncertain for these misunderstood residents of our last frontier.
If we could really appreciate the different types of intelligence that fish have and understand the way that they behave, the complexity of their abilities, maybe we would think more seriously about life in the oceans. The fact is that since we don't live under the sea and we don't see under the ocean's surface very often, we don't think quite as seriously about marine life. And perhaps that's why we really aren't showing such great intelligence in the way we deal with life in the sea. Maybe if we understood marine life better, we wouldn't be overexploiting the fish stocks in the world's oceans.
Coral reefs, beautiful and complex gardens of life. These fragile ecosystems house an astonishing array of living creatures. They are among the most important biological sites on Earth, providing habitat for countless fish and invertebrates. Even rainforests pale in comparison to the sheer number of species coral reefs contain. They are indeed nature's richest realm. Today, we'll journey to the Cayman Islands, site of one of the Caribbean's finest coral reef ecosystems. We'll study a fascinating mosaic of marine life, from the depths of the Cayman Trench to the shallow reef just a few inches below the surface. We'll also descend into dark waters at night to examine the coral reef's nocturnal residents. And finally, we'll look at efforts to create an artificial reef with the sinking of a former Russian warship. Today, on Undersea Explorer. Life began in the sea, and today, warm tropical waters still provide an ideal environment for life on Earth. Tiny coral polyps form limestone structures that provide habitat to an unparalleled diversity of colorful and exotic species. When a diver or snorkeler swims over a coral reef, the sheer abundance of life creates a spectacle difficult to imagine. First to dazzle the eyes are the many species of brightly colored fish. The reefs provide them with shelter, protection from predators, and food. Upon closer inspection, a new realm is discovered in the reef's jagged surface, the domain of the marine invertebrate. This is where some of the world's most exquisite and bizarre creatures make their home. Coral reefs are certainly one of our planet's greatest natural attractions. Due to their abundance of species and immense ecological complexity, they are frequently compared to tropical rainforests. But in terms of sheer abundance of visible animal life, even the mighty rainforests take a back seat. To observe and film a coral reef, we travel to the Western Caribbean and the British colony of the Cayman Islands. Flying over the main island of Grand Cayman, a shallow fringing reef is visible just below the surface. These reefs quickly drop off to unimaginable depths, a vast undersea trough called the Cayman Trench. The islands are the peaks of a submerged mountain range. Vertical walls plummet from only a few feet near shore to almost 5 miles in depth. To study marine life in shipwrecks that lie beyond depths accessible to scuba divers, scientists must rely on small, deep-diving submarines. At Grand Cayman, we boarded 2 PC-8 research submersibles. Both are former oil industry vessels, now used to transport passengers into the famed Cayman Trench. The PC-8 is a 1-atmosphere submersible, which experiences no change in pressure, allowing dives to as deep as 1,000 feet without the use of special gases or decompression stops.
Right now we're just maneuvering over to the dive site and get right over the top of the wreck, so when we drop down and we're in blue water, we know exactly where we're at. Because obviously once I'm in blue water, I don't have any reckoning on any of the landforms. So I want to get pretty much the general area where I want to start the dive before I open my vents.
Releasing ballast, the sub slowly drifts downward along a shallow slope. At 200 feet, light begins to dissipate, and the waters become a deep blue color. At 300 feet, the slope steepens into an almost vertical wall, a drop-off that plummets 6,000 feet to the ocean bottom. After a few hundred feet, the concentration of corals and other marine animals begins to taper off. Life at these depths is directly related to the amount of daylight that penetrates the water. At approximately 200 to 300 feet, the sub enters a zone called the sponge belt. Here, sponges sheltered from the turbulent waters of the shallows can grow to massive sizes. An enormous elephant ear sponge, hundreds of years old, measures over 15 feet across and 18 feet from top to bottom. A tube sponge stretches out almost 10 feet from the edge of the reef. Marine life zonation is clearly evident during the descent, as some species disappear and others make their debut. At 700 feet, we discover the first of several deep-dwelling animals. A gigantic sea fan spreads its branches outward to catch tiny particles of food suspended in the water. Even though it looks like a plant, the Gorgonian sea fan is actually a colonial animal, made up of thousands of individual polyps. At 1,000 feet, there is little sign of life. But roaming about the bottom, we encounter a few species, including a very rare creature, a stalked crinoid. Long thought to be extinct, fossil remains of these large crinoids have proven to be over 500 million years old. No one had ever seen a live specimen until a Norwegian naturalist snagged one in a net in the late 1800s. Like the sea fan, crinoids are not simple plants, but rather more complex animals that feed on plankton. Standing from 3 to 5 feet tall, they raise a crown of feeding appendages into the light current, supported by an erect stalk. Doubling back, we encounter the eerie remains of a ship, the Kirk Pride, a freighter that sank in a storm in 1976. Totally intact, it is solidly wedged in place by several pinnacles on a flat shelf at 800 feet. It was not found until a submarine pilot stumbled upon it by accident in 1986. In the wheelhouse, the ship's telegraph is forever fixed in the all-stop position. The engineer's lever is frozen in the abandoned ship position. In the main cargo hold, a battered car is all that remains of the ship's former cargo. The rest of the cargo spilled out of the hold as the ship crashed and rolled to the bottom. On the top deck, a delicate Madacy coral clings to a ship's line. A very deep-dwelling animal, the Madacy is as fragile as fine porcelain, taking decades to grow only a few inches. After visiting the wreck of the Kirk Pride, our pilot maneuvers the submarine back up the steep wall. Slowly ascending, light once again became visible from the surface. In the Cayman Islands, we joined the live-aboard diving vessel Cayman Aggressor 3. Designed for extended stays at sea, we traveled through the islands over a period of 7 days. Individual coral animals, most of which exist in colonies, are the primary building blocks of the reef. Beautiful living corals that adorn the reef are actually a very small part of the overall structure. They form a thin veneer that overlies a solid limestone foundation. This platform is composed of past coral generations, as well as numerous reef-dwelling animals. Sponges have the least complex body structure of all multicellular creatures. Nature's vacuum cleaner, they are extremely efficient filter feeders. Water is drawn through the sponge's surface into its interior. As water passes through, food and oxygen are filtered out. The water exits into the body's interior cavity and out the animal's one or more large excurrent openings. A typical sponge can pump water equal to 4 to 5 times its own volume every minute. Sponges come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Some are quite small, while others, like the barrel sponge, can attain a height of over 6 feet. In the jagged recesses of the reef, more complex animals use the coral structures for shelter and food. The most frequently observed crustaceans are the decapods. Their family includes shrimp, crabs, and lobsters. The largest Caribbean species is the channel-clinging crab. Also known as a king or coral crab, this reef resident spends its days hiding under ledges or in caves. Lobsters are another common crustacean found on the reef. They are called decapods because they have 5 pairs of legs. They do not have claws for protection, but rely on sharp spikes that cover their carapace, hence their name, the spiny lobster. Above the reefs hover an astonishing variety of schooling fish. Some are nocturnal feeders that rest during the day, congregating in large groups for protection. Larger fish, like the grouper, are the kings of the reef. They are the best-known members of the sea bass family. Grouper are solitary carnivores that live near the bottom. They're hermaphroditic, beginning life as females, but changing to males with maturity. The best time to view a reef is at night. Daylight tends to dull the vibrant colors of coral and other marine animals. With the aid of artificial light, the true vivid colors of the reef come alive. Creatures not seen during the day come out at night to forage for food. Normally shy, crabs and lobsters scavenge around the reef. The channel crab moves about, feeding on whatever it can find. One of the smallest and most bizarre residents are arrow crabs. With long spider-like legs, the arrow crab measures only a few inches across. On a sand flat beside the reef, a lone lobster makes its way across the bottom. Caught in the open during the day, it would make an easy meal for a large fish. Lobster populations are declining in many parts of the Caribbean due to overharvesting. However, in the Cayman Islands, they are protected and flourish in great numbers. A basket star spreads its long arms into the light currents, filtering the water of minute animals. They have 5 arms that repeatedly subdivide into numerous branches, resembling tentacles. This striking specimen is a juvenile drumfish. They have an extremely elongated front dorsal fin that makes them a tempting target for larger fish. Many fish actually sleep at night. Some find a hiding place before they fall asleep, while others simply drop to the bottom, where they are easy prey for eels and other predators. Sea turtles, although rare in other parts of the world, are a relatively common sight in the Cayman Islands. The green sea turtle is one of 6 species found in the wider Caribbean region. The Cayman Islands are one of the few places in the world that actively breed sea turtles. Endangered species are raised in captivity for eventual release into the wild. Perhaps the most striking animal at night is the reef octopus. They hide during the day and never venture out into the open unless it's dark. Here, a vibrantly colored specimen displays its remarkable hunting techniques. Creating a net with its 8 arms, the octopus engulfs a fish. The reef octopus's camouflage abilities are legendary. They can change color swiftly and dramatically, often to blend in with their surroundings. Of all invertebrates, the octopus has the most highly evolved nervous system. It is widely believed that their intelligence is equal to or greater than that of the common house cat. Between coral reefs lie sandy areas called flats. Here, a number of unusual species eke out a living in a harsh, almost desert-like setting. Tiny garden eels sway in the light currents. They continuously move in graceful, wave-like motions to catch plankton. These very shy creatures are difficult to approach and quickly recede into their dens when disturbed. They live in large colonies of hundreds, sometimes thousands of animals. Another burrowing species is the jawfish. They inhabit areas of coral boulders and sand, never venturing very far from the safety of their dens. A goatfish uses a pair of barbels under its mouth to dig in sand and around areas of rubble. Snails are by far the largest class of mollusks, containing more than 35,000 species. A queen conch uses its siphon-like mouth to sort through debris for food. Stingrays frequent sandy areas, often covering themselves with sand to avoid detection. They have a venomous spine at the base of their tail that can immobilize an attacking shark. One of the world's most famous dive sites is located in a shallow sandy flat near Grand Cayman. For over 10 years, Stingray City has delighted snorkelers and divers with an exciting animal encounter. The population of Stingray City and other nearby sites has grown to over 150 animals. The friendly rays are a delight, although they are frequently aggressive in their search for food. In their quest for a tasty morsel of squid, the rays go from diver to diver, swirling around until the food is discovered. A dive master with squid is like a Pied Piper of sorts, with several rays in tow. The reason for this unique behavior is no mystery. For decades, fishermen have anchored on the flats to clean their catch. The rays discovered discarded scraps of fish, and through years of conditioning, now associate boats with food. Even though they do have a venomous spine on their tails, the rays have proven to be harmless, with no recorded incidents. The only danger here are the ravenous fish that hang around looking for food. Although the Cayman Islands enjoy a healthy coral reef ecosystem, diving pressure has begun to create problems. Corals and sponges can easily be damaged with a careless kick of a diver's fin. In order to alleviate diving pressure on the island's more popular sites and to increase tourism to the small island of Cayman Brac, the government purchased and sank a former Russian warship as an artificial reef. Artificial reef programs have proven to be a great success in many areas of the world, including southern Florida and Canada's Pacific coast.
Topside, Rob, and Jim, we have you loud and clear, over. That's really neat.
The ship was mothballed by the Soviets, and it faced an undignified fate in a Cuban scrapyard. Sold by the Cubans to the Cayman government, the ship was then carefully readied for a safe, ecologically sound sinking. A product of Russia's Atlantic Fleet, the 330-foot missile frigate had a top speed of over 60 knots. In the days when it was operational, the ship carried a crew of 11 officers and 99 enlisted men. Now her passageways and quarters await new residents: fish, invertebrates, and other undersea creatures.
Coming up on the ship here, it looks like they did a remarkable job of sinking it. There's just a slight list to port, otherwise it's perfectly upright. An interesting thing about this shipwreck is a number of the areas have been cordoned off to make it hard for diver access, and I guess that's a safety concern, and I can well see it's a really complicated ship inside. There's so many different passageways that it'd be very easy to get lost. As you can see, a number of species of fish have moved in as well. Probably in a few years, all this top decking here that's exposed to the currents will be completely encrusted in various types of coral.
This destroyer of peace, a former machine of war, is now a haven for marine life. Over time, this ship will become an impressive artificial reef. dolphins. Their graceful beauty and whimsical behavior endear them to humans unlike any other animals. With a perpetual smile, soulful eyes, and intelligence we can only begin to understand, dolphins never cease to fascinate us. Today, we'll visit with dolphins both in the wild and in captive environments. We'll join an expedition in the Bahamas to photograph and study Atlantic spotted dolphins. We'll also travel to the Pacific Northwest and Mexico's Sea of Cortez for encounters with Pacific white-sided and bottlenose dolphins. And finally, we'll examine a special program where scuba divers can interact with semi-captive, trained dolphins in the open ocean. Today, on Undersea Explorer. Of all the mammals, none have inspired our affection as much as dolphins. Intrigued by these creatures of myth and magic, we've longed to explore the mystery that surrounds them. There is no denying that people are drawn to dolphins. The question is, why? We envy their acrobatic abilities, and regardless of scientific explanation, remain convinced that the main purpose of these antics is sheer pleasure. We suspect that they have a keen sense of humor, great intelligence, and the ability to communicate, even though these are generally considered human attributes. We know that the family of toothed whales, which includes dolphins, uses echolocation to see with sound waves. But we can't grasp how it works because we simply can never experience it ourselves. It's because of these unique behaviors and other remarkable traits that whales, and especially dolphins, maintain such enigmatic allure. There is a trend within the evolution of animals towards the colonization of land. However, a small group of mammals reverse this process. Whales, dolphins, and porpoises are mammals that have returned to the sea, their ancestors once having lived on land. This select group of animals also includes manatees, sea lions, and seals. All have similar characteristics. They breathe air and are warm-blooded. But this is where the similarities end. The family Delphinidae is the largest of the cetacean families. It includes many familiar species such as killer whales and dolphins. They are highly social animals with complex behaviors. They use high-pitched squeaks and clicks to locate prey, and are also able to communicate with each other. Their bodies are slender and streamlined, with well-developed dorsal fins and tail flukes. Like fish, dolphins have perfected ways to push their bodies through the water with less effort. Even their skin is highly specialized, hydrodynamic, and as smooth as patent leather. Recent research has shown that the actual structure of their skin responds to water movement. The skin absorbs the small eddies which form as the animal speeds through the water. This keeps a smooth stream of water moving past the dolphin and is termed laminar flow. They are indeed the kings of undersea speed and agility. Nowhere are dolphins' remarkable swimming abilities more evident than in the bow or wake of a moving ship. They are able to ride the pressure wave created as a boat's hull pushes water forward. The dolphin simply surfs the wave, expending little energy to stay in place. Calves of all species use this same principle, which is called drafting, utilizing a larger moving body, in this case their mother, to push them through the water. The calves take advantage of the decreased resistance and additional thrust created by water rushing between their two bodies. Biologists refer to the overall body shape of most dolphins as fusiform, meaning cylindrical with tapered ends, a little like a torpedo. Active, fast-moving species, such as the spotted dolphin, are excellent examples of classic fusiform shape, a design that lends itself to speed. As a general rule, longer and more streamlined animals encounter less resistance and friction in the water, and in turn are faster swimmers. Dolphins are a very tactile group. They seem to thrive on physical contact and touch. Mothers often keep a flipper in contact with their calves. Captive animals respond eagerly to back rubs and massages. Like humans, dolphins have very sensitive skin, as well as highly developed areas in the brain which interpret these tactile sensations. While the ability to taste or smell is limited, the sense of touch is vital and therefore well developed. Dolphins breathe through specialized blowholes and, unlike land mammals, are unable to inhale or exhale through their mouths. Their remarkable vocal repertoire is generated through the larynx, which is also part of their respiratory system. Dolphins can be found in every part of the marine environment, from the coral reefs and sandy flats of tropical seas to the frigid waters of the polar regions. Anyone who has seen a wild dolphin knows the incredible appeal these animals have. We want to interact with them, to have them accept our presence, especially in the water. But encounters with wild dolphins are rare and seldom last very long. Stories of unique social animals like Jojo, a bottlenose dolphin in the Turks and Caicos Islands, are well known. But such willing participants are the exception. In a small corner of the Bahamas, a few isolated groups of Atlantic spotted dolphins tolerate the presence of snorkelers and divers. Over the course of several years, the dolphins have grown accustomed to the frequent marine traffic between the Bahamas and the Florida coast. After surfing in the bow or stern wakes, the dolphins would sometimes hang around after the vessel stopped. Snorkelers, quick to jump overboard, were sometimes blessed with a brief encounter with the dolphins. Over time, the animals became more tolerant of human visitors. We began our journey on the island of Grand Bahama at Port Lucaya. Here we joined the live-aboard dive vessel Sea Fever. We traveled aboard Sea Fever approximately 35 miles north of Grand Bahama to an area situated on the edge of the Gulf Stream. White Sand Ridge is located on the northwest part of the Little Bahama Bank. This sandy shoal is home to approximately 100 Atlantic spotted dolphins and a similar number of bottlenose dolphins. Once in the open ocean, we began our search. Captain Tom Guarino has over 20 years' experience in these waters and knows where to find the animals. After a few hours, we encountered the first small group of spotted dolphins. Snorkelers quickly geared up and jumped in.
Dive, dive, dive.
Our first encounter lasted only a few brief seconds, and the snorkelers were then instructed to return to the swim grid. Captain Guarino tries to attract the dolphins back to the boat by creating a large wake.
Okay, what we're doing, we've spotted the dolphins in the area here, and they're very amused by riding the pressure wave on the bow of the boat or surfing in our wake. So we throw up a big wake and the dolphins come over and they surf our wake, and after they've been in the wake a while and they've played and jumped and stuff, we'll stop the boat, and they're usually tolerant of everybody getting in the water then and swimming with them.
On the second pass around, cameraman Neil McDaniel has enough time to gear up in scuba equipment. Over the course of a week, the group of photographers and snorkelers were rewarded with over a dozen encounters with the dolphins. More experienced snorkelers were able to freedive. The dolphins seemed to react better with the freedivers, while with scuba gear, the animals were a little harder to approach, perhaps because of the noise of the regulators. After several days, the dolphins were more at ease with the divers, and cameramen were able to capture these stunning images. Spotted dolphins are highly social and are often observed in groups of more than 100. These groups are made up of both sexes and all ages. They are circumtropical, found in the Pacific and Indian Oceans, the Caribbean, Red Sea, South China Sea, and the tropical Atlantic. Newborns are uniformly gray in color, developing spots only when they start to mature. The older the animal, the more spots they usually have. Spotted dolphins are a widespread and abundant species. One of the dolphins displayed its remarkable echolocation talents to find a hidden fish. Even in dark or murky water, dolphins can use their sonar to detect the location and shape of objects, including prey. These spotted dolphins feed mainly on small fish that inhabit the shallow, sandy bottom. Razorfish are a favorite prey, and even though they dive into burrows, they are no match for the dolphin. Much research is required before we can understand the way in which dolphins produce and interpret sound and combine the two abilities in echolocation. They are able to direct or focus a beam of sound. The returning echolocation may be picked up with its lower jaw or by the ear canals, or with both. There may even be other, as yet undiscovered ways in which they sense and interpret their environment.
Lady Godiva, Gypsy 2.
Gypsy 2, this is Lady Godiva. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi Bill. If you're interested, we've got a whole bunch of Pacific white-sided dolphins over near Davy Rock here. There's probably 50 of them or so. Might like to bring your divers over this way.
Real good. Thanks very much for the information. We'll be
Off Canada's western coast live large groups of up to 1,000 Pacific white-sided dolphins. They range from southeastern Alaska all the way to the Baja Peninsula of Mexico. In the western Pacific, they've been reported from southern Russia to the Sea of Japan. At the northern tip of British Columbia's Vancouver Island, The annual migration south is responsible for dolphin encounters in the fall months. Like their spotted cousins, Pacific white-sided dolphins will tolerate and sometimes interact with divers and snorkelers. They are gregarious animals, traveling together with other dolphins of all ages and both sexes. In order to swim with them, divers must wear thick dry suits or wetsuits to insulate them from the cold water. The dolphins are protected from the 40-degree water by an insulating layer of fat or blubber, much like their larger relatives, the whales. Thousands of miles from the tropical Atlantic, they display the same playful bow-riding behavior of spotted dolphins in the Bahamas. In the warmer waters of Mexico's Sea of Cortez, divers occasionally encounter Pacific bottlenose dolphins. Much larger than white-sided or spotted dolphins, these animals can attain lengths of over 12 feet. The bottlenose inhabits both tropical and temperate seas. They are the world's most widespread and abundant species of dolphin. These animals are the species most frequently seen in seaquariums and marine parks. They adapt very well to captivity and are relatively easy to train. Today, a select group of diving operations has started special dolphin programs where people can interact with semi-captive, socialized animals. One such operation is UNEXO, the Underwater Explorer Society, located on Grand Bahama. Although each program has its own methods, the dolphins are generally free to leave their employment at any time. They typically spend their nights within enclosures, but each day are able to venture into the open ocean, followed by a boatload of human admirers. Surfing alongside of the boats, the dolphins follow their trainers to a shallow reef. Here, divers are instructed how to act around the dolphins and what signals to use to communicate with them. Once in the water, humans are able to watch the dolphins in their own environment. The animals may play with each other, interact with the divers and trainers, or simply keep themselves amused. Occasionally, a dolphin may decide not to head back to the enclosure right away and will veer off to cavort with some wild dolphins. Although the trainers try to keep an eye on their charges and encourage them to return, the choice is ultimately the dolphins.
The programs that we have here at the Dolphin Experience enhance person's awareness of the animals and the fact that they're interactive programs. The people have an opportunity to see these animals up close, to interact with them face to face. The dolphin dive, for example, you're a mile offshore, you're in 40 or 50 feet of water, you're in the animal's environment. The dolphins at the Dolphin Experience certainly can leave. We take them out to the ocean every day, and yet they come back. This has become their home. They know that it's safe here. They know that they're not going to get attacked by predatory sharks. Dolphins out in the ocean are oftentimes killed by sharks. And the dolphins have also figured out that they're going to get anywhere between 18 to 20 pounds of free fish here. They don't have to chase it down.
Working with dolphins in captivity and training them to perform is a very out-of-the-ordinary job. All training is done by positive reinforcement or rewarding the animal for appropriate behavior. The dolphins also respond to other rewards, like rubbing or belly scratches. Most trainers believe that dolphins are extroverts and enjoy the attention of adoring crowds. Each trainer gets to know the personalities or dolphinalities of each animal, so they can work together more effectively. Hand signals and whistles are used to communicate with dolphins. Most behaviors or stunts, such as lobtailing, are based on natural behaviors they display in the wild. The only thing learned by both trainer and cetacean is communication, or which hand signal or whistle is associated with which behavior.
This is Peholo. He's a young male. He's a 2.5-year-old male, and he's actually the second dolphin to be born here to go out to the open ocean. He's in training for the dive for the dolphins. So.
Our dolphins, we go through about 200 to 300 pounds of fish a day for all of our dolphins. Our dolphins will receive anywhere between 18 to almost 30 pounds of fish per dolphin per day, which comes to about 200 to 300 pounds of fish a day that we go through here at the Dolphin Experience.
Watch your cameras, folks. Watch your camera.
Whales and dolphins in captivity always draw huge crowds. Most institutions with captive cetaceans are also involved in ongoing research to learn more about the behavior and biology of these animals. Although there are opponents to dolphin captivity and these types of programs, many people believe that education and research may be the only hope for these remarkable creatures and the overall health of the marine ecosystem. Dolphins demonstrate their intelligence by repeatedly displaying their great capacity to learn. Like learning, communication is also recognized as a characteristic of higher animals. And apart from humans, no other group seems to have mastered the skills of communication as well as dolphins and whales. Both in captivity and in the wild, dolphins continue to astound man, the self-proclaimed master of intelligence. Beneath the jungle canopy of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula flows a mysterious world of cool, fresh water. A hidden realm of submerged caves and passageways pulse and flow just below the surface. The water originates from a vast network of underground rivers that weave like a tapestry through the limestone bedrock. These unique natural features have generated an exhilarating and challenging activity called cave diving. Today, we'll travel to the Yucatan to explore some of the world's most extensive underwater cave systems. We'll witness a rigorous training regimen as our camera team become certified cave divers. We'll also look at the different types of specialized safety equipment needed for advanced cave diving. And finally, we'll examine some of the hazards faced by divers in this demanding but rewarding sport. Today, on Undersea Explorer. Our destination today is the Caribbean coast of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. Akumal is located approximately 60 miles south of the resort town of Cancun. Over tens of thousands of years, sedimentary limestone has been carved into a vast network of caves and caverns. In the Yucatan, rainwater trickled through porous bedrock, creating the world's largest water-filled cave system. Before the last ice age, the immense underground caves of the Yucatan were dry. Prehistoric man may have once roamed through these mysterious caverns. As the ice pack receded, the level of the ocean rose almost 300 feet, flooding most of the caves. These underground streams are continually replenished with rainwater that trickles through the porous rock until it's distilled to perfection. The peninsula acts like a giant bowl, collecting the frequent tropical rains of the region. The Yucatan Aquifer is a moving reservoir of crystal pure water. There are no major surface rivers in the Yucatan. All water drains or moves underground. The jungle has only a thin layer of topsoil, and water rapidly infiltrates through to the surface layer of limestone. In Akumal, the caves contain both fresh water, draining from the jungle, and salt water, seeping inland from the Caribbean Sea. As the two meet, they produce a halocline, a strange phenomenon that occurs when warm, dense salt water mixes with cool fresh water. Before the last ice age, when the caves were dry, rainwater seeped through the limestone and dripped from the ceiling. As gravity moved the water, tiny droplets picked up loose flakes of calcium carbonate. Wherever droplets accumulated, the particles were deposited, eventually creating beautiful and bizarre formations. Stalactites hang from the ceilings, and stalagmites rise from the floor. They range from small spindles to massive boulder-sized structures. Immense fields of tiny calcium carbonate straws are as fragile as fine china. As the Earth's weather patterns changed and the ice caps melted, the cave formations were forever frozen in time. The Yucatan is the land of the Mayan people. The ancient Mayans revered the cenotes as spiritual sites. They believed the sun and the moon originated in the caves. They also believed that their gods resided deep in the cenotes. The Mayans offered sacrifices to the underworld gods in the form of pottery and other earthly items. Cave divers occasionally discover pottery shards and objects that are hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years old. The springs and caverns are by no means lifeless. Freshwater fish swarm divers, much like they do on a busy coral reef. Deep in the recesses of the cenotes, blind cave fish find their way in total darkness. Cave divers discovered that the cenotes were windows to a new frontier, a place where no one had ventured before. As more cave divers explored, more systems were found. In the Yucatan today, there are over 200 miles of charted passageways and cave systems. Hundreds of other cenotes still remain to be discovered in the thick jungle canopy. Cave diving has evolved over the past 25 years from being an unknown and mysterious fringe of scuba diving to a recognized and respected sport. Interest and participation have increased dramatically, although it still remains a minor segment of the entire scuba diving realm. Cave diving is a highly specialized and demanding sport. Training and education are mandatory before venturing into a cave system. To safely navigate and dive in caves, divers must be prepared for a number of challenging obstacles.
There's three things that all underwater caves have that are potential dangers and realities for the cave diver. One, they're water-filled, which means we have to take self-contained breathing apparatus in order to survive. Two, there's a ceiling. And what the ceiling means is we cannot directly ascend to the surface. For instance, if a cave diver were to do, say, a 3,000-foot penetration, which is not uncommon in the Yucatan here, they might as well be 3,000 feet deep in the ocean, because that's the distance they would have to return in order to become safe at the surface again. The third thing we have is darkness. All underwater caves are dark. You must provide your own lighting, and redundancy is the key, not only with lighting, but with all cave diving equipment. So cave divers would be carrying 3 lights. In the event that one fails, they have a backup light. In the event that fails, they have another backup light, and so on.
Okay, guys, after we get in the water, we'll do our bubble check, our safety drill. Follow me, we'll follow the cavern line to the back side of the cavern.
Cave diving emerged in the Akumal area during the mid-1980s. Pioneers like Bill Phillips, Steve Gerard, and Tony and Nancy DeRosa have logged thousands of exploratory dives in the Yucatan cenotes. The motivating force behind these and other cave divers is exploration, to go where no one has gone before. There is a widespread misconception that cave diving is a hazardous sport. This reputation of danger comes from a handful of deaths that have occurred when inexperienced or untrained divers accidentally strayed into a cave system. This is where the distinction between cavern and cave diving becomes evident. Cavern diving is the exploration of springs and passageways, where an exit remains in sight because of visible daylight. Cave diving is practiced in a closed, overhead environment where there is no natural light. Deadly situations occur when divers lose their way and cannot find an exit out of a water-filled cave. The main danger in this case is running out of air. In open water, divers can make an emergency ascent to the surface if a problem occurs with their air supply. But in caves, escape must be made through an exact retracing of the route taken during the dive. Thanks to cave diving certification courses and efforts to place warning signs in dangerous areas, accidents are in decline. In order to safely film in the Yucatan cenotes, camera team members Jim Cosmic and Robert Suyuki trained to become certified cave divers.
What are you doing now, Bill?
We're just going to tie an open water circuit, what we call a land drill circuit, and this is to simulate what we're going to be doing in the open water before we actually do any cave dives. Here is a simulation.
One of the most important skills a cave diver must learn is how to use a retractable line. The line is attached at the entrance and is strung throughout the cave. To find their way out, divers simply have to follow the line back to the beginning. Divers are trained to follow the line with their eyes covered or closed. This simulates a cave environment where there's no ambient light. Battery-powered lights can fail, and caves are sometimes clouded or silted to the point where there's little or no visibility. As a result, divers must be able to find their way out without the use of their eyes. These drills are practiced repeatedly, both above and below the water. Students must also master a different type of fin kick. To minimize stirring up the bottom sediment, divers use a sideways fin action. In addition to extensive training, a number of specialized tools are used by cave divers. High-capacity double tanks greatly increase the air available to a diver. In some cases, a third tank is brought along as an extra margin of safety and to increase the range of the dive. Divers can sometimes spend several hours exploring caves. Not only do they need extra air, they also need adequate thermal protection. Even though the water is relatively warm, long durations underwater necessitate extra insulation. Water temperatures in these caves range between 75 and 78 degrees. Redundancy is the key to safe cave diving. Divers must carry spare equipment in case of any failure or breakdown. Most importantly, 3 battery-operated lights are carried at all times. If the first or even the second one fails, there's always a backup. Diving computers are doubled up in case of power failure. Divers use helmets to protect their heads in the sometimes cramped overhead environment. Before each dive, a thorough set of drills are practiced by both novice and advanced divers. Bill Phillips explains.
Before every dive, to ensure safety, 5 points must be covered. Initially, we would do a bubble check to ensure that there's no telltale air leaks that could be a precursor to a catastrophic air failure. Secondly, we would do what's called matching. Each diver goes through a thorough check of each piece of equipment to ensure proper function, as well as a thorough familiarization with all the other divers in the team's equipment. The third point is air supply. It's very important that the divers maintain a proper amount of air for the exit portion of the dive, and we call this the rule of thirds. Cave divers would safely dive by swimming into a cave and only using a third of their air supply. Upon using that amount, they would turn and exit the cave. This leaves them, upon exiting, a third left. This third would allow them a large amount of air in the event some air failure were to occur and you needed to share an air supply with another diver. In other words, you've got another third to bring someone else out of the cave from the maximum penetration distance. The fourth point would be a complete dive plan so that everyone completely understands all the points, where we're going, how the profile will look. Then the fifth point we would do prior to each and every dive is to descend in the shallow water and actually practice sharing air with each other. And this is actually the very, very important thing called the S drill. And each diver would conduct it as a donor and a receiver prior to the dive.
When a cave diving accident does occur, the #1 cause is inadequate training. Because of the overhead environment and the complexity of the underwater caves, divers must have a higher level of discipline.
sir.
In some areas of the Yucatan, the cenotes are not accessible by road. Divers must unload their equipment, don the heavy gear, and trek through the jungle on foot.
Walk slow.
All right, everyone's done a safety check. We're ready to go?
Yep. Yep.
All right, I got the reels. Jim, you got clothes pegs? Got them. We're gonna go over as the plan we did earlier one more time. You gotta be careful. There's a big halocline here. Visibility can drop a little bit. Okay, we pass the second tee, and then we're gonna be able to see the fang from, as far as our lights can shine, 200-300 feet, okay? That's where we're gonna begin the exploration and get the video. Is everyone with it?
Yep. Yep.
All right, let's do it.
In the Yucatan, an incredible combination of crystal clear water and shallow depths creates the world's best area for safe cavern and cave diving. Nature has produced an eccentric collection of speleothems and decorations. Many of the caves reach mammoth proportions. 4 of the 5 largest underwater cave systems in the world are located in the Yucatan. Resident cave explorers work with property owners and locals to discover new sites.
Bueno, por buzos. ¿Sí? Perfecto. Well, this place hasn't changed much over the years, Steve.
No, this rain probably is,
You gotta be kidding, Steve. You're going in this hole? Look at
No
this.
joke, man. This is a great dive.
It's a well.
What you do, you drop down about 8 feet into a small room, and then you go through about a 30-foot passage, which is very small, and then pow! It just opens up really big into a huge passage. A lot of decorations, a lot of columns, stalactites, stalagmites, everything you can imagine. It's really beautiful.
That's it, guys.
Home sweet hole.
All the way back.
When I first came here to explore this cave, we heard something above our heads, and we turned it up, and you can see there's been a family of bats living here the whole time, and they seem not to mind us. When our lights shine up there, they grab the mosquitoes. We're ready. We'll do our final gear up here, but I'll show you why we came to name this cenote Kalimba.
I think human beings by nature through history have always been interested in exploration of all kinds, and I guess the question that we're always asked is why do we explore? When we cave dive, essentially we're looking into the history of the earth itself, and to be able to go these places and light the cave with your light that's never ever been lit, where no person has ever been aside from possibly prehistoric man thousands of years ago, lends a feeling inside that I just can't explain. I think cave diving brings together a focus, I know for myself, like nothing else I've ever experienced. I mean, diving itself, for sure, is an interesting interaction between the physical and the mental and psychological while underwater. But in the cave, I think this focus is just completely clear. I don't think any cave diver has a case of, oh, gee, I forgot to take the garbage out this morning, or I think everything's left back on topside. I mean, I think it takes everything you have to safely be in that environment. And that focus, I think, is something that is lost for a lot of us at the surface with all our busy schedules and all the complications. Underwater, we focus strictly on the task at hand.
With proper training, cave diving can be a safe and fascinating way to explore the underwater world. In a time when change is rapidly altering the world's fragile ecosystems, these springs and caves remain virtually intact. Today, the spectacular sites are more accessible and easier to dive than ever before. The Caves of Akumal are indeed treasures in the Yucatan jungle.
The only difficult part about diving these cenotes is accessibility. Once one is to find one of these cenotes, it becomes sometimes 45 minutes, an hour, or more of hiking through the jungle with all your gear just to see if possibly this might be a cavern or cave you'd like to dive. Over the years, here the local cave divers in our community have discovered all of the cenotes that are close to the road, easily accessible, and very friendly. In the future here, we're going to be looking toward larger explorations into the jungle. I'm sure there are hundreds of unknown, undiscovered cenotes that are waiting there for us to discover.
This map, we're going to go that way.
Okay, let's enter here.
A jagged rocky shoal rises just a few inches above the surface of Canada's St. Lawrence Seaway. In storm-tossed seas, or under cover of night, these maritime hazards have claimed thousands of ships and countless lives. In just a 20-year period, from 1878 to 1898, almost 6,000 vessels were wrecked on the Great Lakes. Today, we'll travel to the Great Lakes to explore some of the region's fascinating shipwrecks. We'll join an archaeological expedition on the upper St. Lawrence River to study and document a newly discovered wreck site. We'll visit Lakes Huron and Erie, the final resting place of hundreds of remarkable shipwrecks. We'll examine how cold fresh water preserves old wooden vessels, and how zebra mussels have helped to enhance the clarity of lake water. And finally, we'll travel to Lake Muskoka and the mysterious wreck of the steamship Wyoming. Today, on Undersea Explorer. In the center of the North American continent lies a tremendous natural phenomenon, a massive body of water known as the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes hold the largest concentration of fresh water on the planet, 1/5 of the world's surface supply. They cover an area of almost 100,000 square miles, holding enough water to cover the entire continental U.S. to a depth of over 10 feet. These inland seas are greatly respected for their power and fury. Storms explode across hundreds of miles of open water. Mountainous seas strike swifter and in more rapid succession than the deadliest waves of any ocean. Consequently, thousands of vessels have met violent fates. Storms in late fall, especially those in November and December before the winter freeze, are particularly severe. The Europeans learned of the lake's fury when their first sailing ship, the Griffin, disappeared on her maiden voyage. By the late 16th century, hundreds of wooden schooners plied the hazardous waters of the lakes. They carried supplies west from New England and returned with furs and other goods for the east. Over the years, technology advanced quickly. By the early 1800s, wooden steamships appeared, followed in the 1880s by steel-hulled vessels. By the 1800s, the Great Lakes were the busiest waterway in the world. Thousands of vessels sailed and steamed across the lakes, transporting raw materials, finished products, and passengers. Speed was not the main concern for ships on the Great Lakes. The volume of cargo a ship could hold was of greater importance. The larger the freight capacity, the higher the return for the boat's owners. Prosperous shipyards around the lakes created brand new designs and refitted older vessels for the very profitable business of lake transport. But overburdened by heavy and unsafe loads, many of these ships were accidents waiting to happen. This was a dangerous time for ships on the lakes. Navigation was crudely accomplished with a compass and an experienced captain. Ships were lost due to bad weather, carelessness, shallow water hazards, and poor navigation. The severe storms and challenging geography posed a constant and serious threat to even the most seasoned mariner. By the early 1900s, wooden ships were obsolete. The era of steel had arrived. Improved navigational instruments, lighthouses, and rescue stations greatly reduced the number of ships and lives lost each year. However, these inland seas proved their ferocity in the fall of 1913. A 3-day gale beginning on November 9th is considered to be the worst storm in the recorded history of the lakes. 3 severe weather fronts merged, creating hurricane-force winds and blizzard conditions. In all, the storm destroyed 20 ships, stranded another 20, and killed almost 300 people. The incredible maritime history of the Great Lakes offers a unique opportunity to travel back in time. It's estimated that up to 10,000 shipwrecks lie scattered along the bottom. Divers can swim over the deck of a 17th century sailing ship or peer through the pilot house of a modern-day freighter. But the shipwrecks offer more than just a unique look at the history of shipbuilding. The cargoes of clothing, tools, and utensils provide a glimpse into the everyday life of the Great Lakes mariner. Many of the ships still contain fascinating collections of artifacts. Fresh water has fewer marine organisms that eat away at the organic structure of wood. In saltwater, wooden vessels can last as little as 10 years. Teredo worms and other organisms eat away at the wood until it breaks apart and disintegrates. A wooden ship submerged in cold, fresh water can last for hundreds of years, creating a remarkable capsule of time. It's not uncommon to see a wooden-hulled ship standing upright on the bottom that is perhaps hundreds of years old. Like their counterparts in saltwater, these shipwrecks act as artificial reefs, providing shelter to many species of marine life. Bass, perch, and trout are only a few of the many types of fish which reside around sunken ships. Here, a smallmouth bass guards her brood of recently hatched fry. Scuba diving on the Great Lakes has undergone a renaissance in the last decade. With advanced scanning technologies, dozens of new wreck sites are discovered each year.
This is great. Right here you can see a target, a very clear target. It's much higher, brighter than anything around it, and it has the characteristic shadow behind it.
Water clarity has increased dramatically, both from decreased pollution and from the dreaded zebra mussel. A prolific pest, the shellfish clogs intake pipes and covers everything in a thick blanket. They do, however, provide one benefit to the lakes. They filter particulate matter from the water column. Where visibility was once only a few feet, it now can range from 20 to 100 feet. This combination of clearer water, more accessible wreck sites, and newly discovered ships has helped to attract thousands of scuba divers to the region. The Great Lakes have the finest collection of shipwrecks in the world. Lake Ontario is the smallest and last in the chain of the Great Lakes. All Great Lakes water eventually passes through Lake Ontario, making its way through the St. Lawrence River en route to the Atlantic. Storms here usually pass from west to east. Ships caught in gales either found safe harbor or were wrecked on one of the numerous shallow reefs or islands. It's one of the most treacherous areas to navigate in the entire Great Lakes. Hundreds of ships have gone down here, creating an eerie graveyard of maritime disaster. We traveled to the city of Brockville, located at the junction between the eastern end of Lake Ontario and the upper St. Lawrence. With the help of local divers and conservation experts from Save Ontario Shipwrecks, we plan to dive on a newly discovered mystery wreck.
We're not going to be picking up models because of all the decompression on the breaks on. Okay, so ditch yourself.
Survey divers and our camera team descend on the mystery shipwreck for a preliminary inspection. The name and origin of the vessel are still uncertain, but local divers have their suspicions.
Recent information leads us to perhaps being closer to the name, which is the King's Horn. This was a barge that was being towed downstream on April the 27th in 1897 by the tug Hiram A. Walker. And she had on board, there were 7 barges being towed, and this one was carrying 18,000 bushels of grain destined for Ogilvy's mills in Montreal. A sudden squall caught them in the American Narrows, and 3 of the barges lost their towing lines and went ashore on the shoreline. And she continued on, the Walker continued on trying to save the 4 barges, and continued on down past Alex Bay and swung into the protection of Grenadier Island. The captain of one barge, the King's Horn, came on board the tug and reported that he was taking water fairly fast. So they cast the other 3 barges off, and the Walker started pulling the King's Horn in towards Rockport and safety. and they got about half a mile from the village of Rockport when they lost it due to the leaks in the bottom. And she settled in 90 feet of water, about half a mile off the docks of Rockport. Now, we haven't gone far enough on the trail yet to say that it is the King's Horn or it's not, but it's in the right location, it's in the right distance.
Diver Jane Yeager draws an accurate representation of the mystery wreck, dubbed Schooner X.
It's almost 100% that they know that it's the King's Horn, but we're still calling it Schooner X until they've confirmed it. And here you see the wheel, and it's being supported on the edges of a large hole in the stern. And there are 4 holes, and they are open. And here there's a large, in the bow section, there's a large grouping of chain that is just matted together, and it goes down into the hole.
In order to spend more time on the wreck, divers used an enhanced air mixture called nitrox. With increased oxygen in their breathing gas, the divers can extend their bottom time. Once on the wreck, survey divers measure every possible feature of the ship. Even the vessel's wheel is carefully measured for accurate identification. Artifacts are inspected and logged for future reference. A tiny ship stove was brought to the upper deck for a closer look. A bilge pump is still in remarkable condition after at least 100 years underwater. A more detailed drawing of the wreck is prepared with an underwater slate. With exact measurements and a more accurate sketch of the wreck, members of the archaeological team are able to certify that the ship is most certainly the long-lost King's Horn.
There you go. Okay, we'll have a tub here for you to put all your beer into.
One more.
Okay.
Back.
There we go.
2 other wrecks of interest in the Brockville and Kingston areas are the freighter Keystorm and the dredging barge Munson. The Keystorm was a steel-hulled cargo steamer measuring 258 feet in length. On October 12, 1912, while bound from Ohio to Montreal, the ship struck a shoal in dense fog. Bilge pumps were put into action, but it was clear that the Keystorm was doomed. 5 hours later, the Keystorm sank stern first and rolled over onto its starboard side. While the cargo of soft coal was salvaged, several attempts to raise the ship with steel pontoons failed. Formal hearings and an investigation revealed that both master and mate were negligent in navigation and command. On a sunny day in the spring of 1890, the construction dredge Munson left for Belleville from Kingston Harbor, towed by a tugboat. Leaning dangerously to one side, the spring swells started to push the dredge over. Bill Green, the cook, was busy preparing dinner in the galley. When the vessel began to sink, Green left his duties for fear of his life. As reported in the papers the next day, Green said he was sucked into the icy water along with the ship. He was able to free himself from the wreck and swam to the surface. Green made it safely home, but his utensils didn't. The bottom is littered with dozens of fascinating relics, including the very pots he was using to cook dinner. Tools of the construction dredge lie in a neat row, placed there by divers. Countless wrenches, pliers, hammers, and other tools of the trade are stacked on a ship's table. Recently rebuilt before the sinking, The Munson was one of the first vessels on the Great Lakes to have an electric generator. Lake Erie is the shallowest, busiest, and fiercest of the Great Lakes. Because of its shallow depth, the lake can be turned into a raging beast within minutes. Mariners have a greater respect for a storm on Lake Erie than they do on mighty Lake Superior. Today, hundreds of ships litter the bottom. Erie has the highest concentration of shipwrecks in the Great Lakes. Many vessels were stranded on Point Pelee and Long Point. The shallow reefs of Pelee Passage along Canada's most southerly point is particularly treacherous.
The thing I like about diving here is the history. This lake bottom is just full of history. It's like walking back in time or swimming back in time. And everything is just there, just the way it went down.
Shipping was a major way of moving goods in Lake Erie and throughout the Great Lakes. And there was a lot of boats, especially from the mid-1800s to the late 1800s and the early 1900s, before rail had really got in, and when this area was basically developing as a new country. With the numbers that were traveling and the lack of good navigational maps, it was quite frequent that they actually did go down. And from what I understand, there was over 2,000 boats traveling these lakes in that time period.
Lake Huron, the second largest of the Great Lakes, has more ship traffic than Lake Superior and Lake Michigan combined. For this reason, it is nicknamed the Expressway Lake. The passage between the southern tip of Manitoulin Island and the Bruce Peninsula is full of shallow, hidden reefs. Hundreds of ships have been lost on these shoals over the last 2 centuries. Today, the shipwrecks of Georgian Bay are protected by the Canadian National Park System. The city of Tobermory, at the northern tip of the Bruce Peninsula, is a leading resort destination for scuba divers. Fathom 5 National Marine Park houses dozens of finely preserved wooden sailing vessels and schooners. The crystal clear waters of the area are only rivaled by those of Lake Superior. Even smaller lakes are not immune to the effects of storms and navigation hazards. In central Ontario's Lake Muskoka, the steamship Wyoming lies in 50 to 70 feet of water. On a blistery September day in 1934, the Wyoming was on her last voyage of the season, making its way to dry dock for the winter months. A freak storm blew up, and it was actually reported that a tornado hit the ship head-on. With its cargo doors open, the Wyoming rapidly took on water and sank in only 5 minutes. Her 2 captains, one who was off duty at the time, and a priest hitching a ride, were killed in the accident. The Wyoming is in remarkable shape, a completely intact turn-of-the-century steamship. Even its white paint is preserved in the tea-colored, iron-rich water. The only other example of its kind is the identical sister ship, Seguin, which still plies the waters of Lake Muskoka.
We need to preserve the wrecks in this area. Although the fresh water and cold temperatures do that fairly well, I think one of the biggest problems is the use of sport divers. It's important that sport divers realize that these aren't wreck sites intentionally, that in a lot of cases they're the sites of human tragedy, and in some cases they're the sites of really historical significance. One of the big problems, again, is divers taking souvenirs from the wrecks. It's a very tempting thing. You go down there and you see something, a piece of pottery or a plate or a cup or a pot, or even parts of the rigging, and you think of how nice it would look on your mantle. I think what you realize once you see these wrecks more often is that all of these artifacts have far more relevance where they are as opposed to anywhere else, especially in someone's rec room. The Great Lakes offer a wealth of wreck diving opportunity. The shipwrecks are very well preserved and they're amazing to see as they are. There are a lot of great artifacts that need to remain there, and divers have to use them responsibly, use the mooring lines responsibly, and take an active role by helping out an organization like Preserve Our Wrecks or Save Ontario Shipwrecks.
The Hawaiian Islands, one of the most isolated places on Earth, 2,500 miles from the nearest continental landmass. And it is here that Pele, the Hawaiians' ancient goddess of fire, spews lava from her volcanic lair. When molten rock reaches the sea, trapped gases explode and steam erupts as the lava quickly cools. And so the islands continue to grow. Today, we'll travel to the Hawaiian Islands to explore a remarkable undersea world, Hawaii's Ocean of Fire. We'll venture into submerged lava caverns and tunnels and study some of their unique inhabitants. We'll also examine the rapidly evolving world of the Hawaiian Coral Reef. Many species of fish and invertebrates on these reefs can be found nowhere else in the world. And finally, we'll visit with some of Hawaii's fascinating pelagic animals, like sea turtles, dolphins, and giant humpback whales. Today, on Undersea Explorer. The steep slopes of Kauai, the northernmost island in the Great Hawaiian Chain. Kauai is the oldest island in the archipelago, dominated by dramatic extinct volcanoes over 5 million years old. The youngest island, Hawaii, is the tallest mountain in the world and is still growing. The distance from its snow-capped summit to the bottom of the seafloor is more than 5 miles. The archipelago stretches 1,600 miles across the middle of the world's largest and deepest ocean, the Pacific. There are more than 6,000 species of plants and animals that are found only in Hawaii. The reason for this distinct evolution is the island's extreme isolation. They lie thousands of miles from the nearest continent. And nowhere is this unique evolution more evident than in the sea. Marine animals had to migrate here on ocean currents. Through interbreeding, the islands developed a large number of endemic species. Over 30% of Hawaii's fish species are found nowhere else. In geologic terms, the coral reefs of Hawaii are still very young. Over the millennia, volcanoes formed a base for the reef and the marine life around it. In an instant, coral reefs can be destroyed by lava and debris, and the saga of renewal begins yet again. The coral reef is an important part of island making. The fire goddess lays an igneous foundation, and corals build upon it. Plankton and other creatures eventually come to the reef from the surrounding ocean. Here they settle and colonize. Larger predators and pelagic species are attracted by the smaller animals, and thus a thriving new ecosystem develops. According to legend, Pele is the Hawaiians' powerful goddess of fire. And this is where the fire goddess now resides, the shores of the big island of Hawaii. After traveling from the volcano's summit, lava undergoes a violent transformation as it encounters the cool sea. Trapped gases explode and steam erupts as superheated lava at 2,000 degrees is instantly chilled by 75-degree water. The Hawaiian Islands move on great tectonic plates that pass over a stationary hotspot beneath the planet's crust. The Earth's molten core bursts through into the deep sea, piling up and finally emerging into the air. And that builds land, and so Hawaii continues to grow. As lava runs towards the sea, outer layers cool first, while still molten rock continues to flow, much like fluid through a pipe. And just beneath the water's surface, at the end of the lava's path, lies a submerged landscape of dark tunnels and caves. These vast caverns are now completely filled with water. Centuries of wave action ground up the inner layers of hardened lava into large boulders, loose debris, and eventually into fine particles of black sand. But the outer tunnels and pipes remained. The undersea coastline of Hawaii is riddled with dark, mysterious caverns. The Big Island of Hawaii is the largest and southernmost island in the Hawaiian archipelago. On the southwestern Kona coast, we joined the live-aboard diving vessel, the Kona Aggressor II. Along the southern coast of Hawaii, there is ample evidence of Pele's wrath. Vast rivers of black lava rock run to the water's edge. This is where Hawaii's dramatic undersea world begins. The Hawaiians had many gods and legends about the origins of their people and the creatures that shared their world. One account of creation begins on the reef, where corals became worms, which turned into fish, from which eventually arose man. The moray eel, or puhipaka. Hawaiians say wherever the eel lives, there will be few small fish. Fearsome-looking predators, moray eels are mostly shy, retiring animals that lead secretive lives. With mouths wide open and sharp canine teeth exposed, morays, like this viper eel, certainly look dangerous. They actually keep their mouths open to breathe, taking in water and expelling it from their gills. In the Hawaiian creation myth, there is one animal that is considered an evolutionary climax. Kamaloa, the octopus. Octopuses have complex brains. For a lowly invertebrate, they are highly intelligent, perhaps even as smart as a house cat, as some scientists believe. This specimen exhibits two distinct forms of mobility. Crawling along the bottom, it shuffles its arms like feet. When disturbed or frightened, it must move quicker. By expelling water forcefully, it virtually flies along the seafloor. This magnificent manta ray, more than 10 feet wide, plankton clouds, attracted by our boat's lights, are a living soup. It flies through the plankton in a looping motion, scooping in huge mouthfuls of the tiny animals. The ancient Hawaiians called the manta lupe, the same as the word for kite. To the early Hawaiians, only the volcano was more powerful than the shark. The shark, like the volcano, was a force of both destruction and new life. It was a symbol of fertility and the final repository of the soul. The shark was Pele's brother. In the island's caverns and lava tunnels, white-tip reef sharks rest after a night of feeding. The monumental battle between fire and water has been fought wherever volcanoes exist near the sea. Vast underwater caves were sculpted by the flowing lava. These were once mighty rivers of rushing molten rock. The walls of the caverns are now encrusted with life. All manner of creatures now reside in the dark recesses of the lava tunnels. Shrimp, crabs, and other crustaceans eke out a living in perpetual darkness. Equipped with sharp claws, a hermit crab climbs a wall in search of food. This crab carries a sponge on its back to disguise itself from predators. A parrotfish sleeps in a self-made cocoon of saliva. The mucus hides the scent of the parrotfish from marauding predators like the moray eel. A cowrie folds a prickly mantle over its beautiful shell. Pufferfish with large, saucer-like eyes roam about the cavern's entrance. A large conger eel retreats into a dark crevice surrounded by dozens of shrimp. Taking shelter from the open ocean, the lava cavern's residents find respite from the turbulent seas of Hawaii's rugged coastline. Hawaii's coral reefs are remarkable examples of nature's resiliency. Soon after a volcanic eruption, colonization begins anew, and life continues. Lava is not the only killer of the coral reef. The crown-of-thorns sea star has a voracious appetite. It slowly crawls across the reef, digesting coral polyps within the folds of its reversible stomach. Its spines carry a toxic venom that can cause a predator or diver a great deal of discomfort. In Hawaii's extreme isolation, over 100 species of fish have evolved that are found nowhere else in the world. Bicolored anthias begin life as females. As the need arises, certain females change sex. Males may preside over a harem of dozens of females. The convict tang is so named for its conspicuous stripes. Millet seed butterfly fish swarm en masse, feasting on algae and tiny invertebrates. The frogfish, a master of disguise, is an ambush predator that lies in wait for careless fish to pass by. In addition to nurturing smaller marine animals, Hawaii is a stopover for larger migratory and pelagic species. An oasis in a vast, empty Pacific, Hawaii is a welcome respite from the open ocean. In the winter months, humpback whales from the North Pacific come here to mate and rear their young. The whale's migration to Hawaii is an epic of distance and time. They travel thousands of miles from the cold northern waters of Alaska and British Columbia. The young whales thrive in the relatively calm, warm water of the islands. Other cetaceans, like bottlenose and spinner dolphins, take up permanent residence around the islands. Spinner dolphins are smaller than the bottlenose and travel in much larger groups. Humpback whales and dolphins are only two of many species of cetaceans that migrate here or live permanently around the islands. Green sea turtles frequent the shallow reefs surrounding the islands. Although an endangered species, the green sea turtle seems to thrive in Hawaiian waters. They can be found resting on the bottom or under rocky ledges. Because it cannot clean its own carapace, the turtle must rely on hungry neighbors to keep its shell free of algae and parasites. The undersea world of the Hawaiian Islands is at a crossroad. An ever-increasing human population and a high demand for the island's fish products has begun to affect the marine ecosystem. Many of Hawaii's unique species of plants and animals on land have become endangered or extinct because of human settlement. Under the water, fish traps and nets are increasingly coming up empty as stocks are diminished. Although these seas can withstand and recover from Pele's continued onslaught, it still remains to be seen whether they can survive the most traumatic of evolutionary events: the arrival of man. Whales. They stir our emotions like no other living creatures. Whales achieve breathtaking proportions, the largest animals ever to inhabit the Earth. Their migrations are legendary, epics of time and distance, stretching across vast oceans. Their vocalizations, such as the humpback's beautiful song, are haunting melodies of the sea. Many species were almost hunted to extinction, and though our knowledge of whales has grown, they remain living symbols of our mysterious ocean realm. Today, we'll focus on two of the most fascinating whales, orcas and humpbacks. We'll travel to the Silver Banks Whale Sanctuary in the Eastern Caribbean to study Atlantic humpbacks in their winter birthing and breeding grounds. We'll also journey to Canada's Pacific coast and Mexico's Sea of Cortez for encounters with infamous killer whales. Today, on Undersea Explorer. Immense and powerful, and yet highly vulnerable, whales swim gracefully through all the world's oceans. We are entranced by the obvious intelligence of cetaceans, such as curious dolphins. We marvel at the elaborate social bonds of orcas, many of which live their entire lives in the same maternal pod. And we are captivated by the haunting calls of the humpback, perhaps the most musical of the great whales. All cetaceans, whales, dolphins, and porpoises are mammals like us. Yet they inhabit a world that humans have never fully understood or explored. The creatures that eventually became cetaceans first took to the seas over 60 million years ago. Whales evolved from deer-like land animals. Their closest living relatives are bison, pigs, and perhaps even cattle. Scientists believe the hippopotamus is actually the land animal most akin to whales. Cetaceans are unique in that they evolved from the sea, colonized land, and then returned to the sea as air-breathing mammals. As they adapted to life in the ocean, whales evolved the distinct characteristics that make them such remarkable swimmers and divers. They have streamlined bodies covered with a thick, pliable layer of blubber, which protects them from heat loss. Whales rely on powerful horizontal tail flukes, which in some species grow to several meters across. In larger whales like the humpback, each tail has a distinct pattern, and scientists use these differences to identify individuals. Massive tails propel the animals through water, while fins and flippers act as stabilizers and rudders. Whales have not developed an acute sense of smell because water does not transmit odor very well. Visual acuity is also of limited use in the blackened depths of the sea. Sound, however, can travel hundreds of kilometers through water, and whales use highly developed acoustic skills for navigation, hunting, and communication. Toothed cetaceans, such as dolphins and orcas, make sounds by forcing air through their larynx and blowhole. It's still unclear how baleen whales, like humpbacks, make sounds. It's presumed that they force air through a series of cavities in their heads. Although other whales and dolphins make sounds underwater, none equals the humpback for complexity and precision. However they achieve these remarkable vocalizations, it's a haunting and dazzling display of virtuosity. Hunted mercilessly to near extinction, many species of whales are today highly endangered animals. Baleen, blubber, oil, and dozens of other whale substances were used in countless consumer products. Most items were eventually replaced with synthetic alternatives, and international bans were implemented on whaling to conserve many species. With the exception of a handful of countries like Norway and Japan, and a few isolated indigenous cultures, whales are no longer hunted. Cetaceans range in size from compact dolphins and porpoises less than 6 feet in length to medium-sized whales like the pilot whale and orca, all the way up to the largest animal on Earth, the 100-foot blue whale. To study and observe humpback whales, we flew to the Turks and Caicos Islands in the eastern Caribbean. From Grand Turk, we cruised south to the silver banks of the Dominican Republic. In Grand Turk, we joined the live-aboard diving vessel, the Turks and Caicos Aggressor. Designed for extended stays at sea, we traveled with the Aggressor on a week-long whale-watching expedition. We journeyed south, following the migration route of the western North Atlantic humpback whale. After an overnight crossing, we reached the Silver Banks and our first group of humpback whales. Even in rough, choppy seas, the telltale spouts are easy to locate. The whales empty their lungs of all but 10% of their capacity and then inhale. As a general rule, there may be anywhere between 1 and a half a dozen blows before the whale submerges again. The Silver Banks is a shallow ridge of coral reefs and white sand that rises from the depths of the southern Atlantic. These humpbacks spend most of their time feeding in the cool, temperate waters of the North Atlantic. During the winter months, however, they migrate thousands of miles south to the eastern Caribbean, where they mate and give birth. Humpback whales can grow to 50 feet long and weigh upwards of 1 ton per foot of body length. They are indeed giants of the sea. Probably the best known and most dramatic of humpback behaviors is the breach. Scientists speculate that it may be a form of communication or intimidation, or an attempt to dislodge parasites. Whatever the reason, breaching seems to be contagious. If one humpback breaches, others are surely to follow suit. Another commonly observed behavior is the pectoral fin slap. The whale rolls on its side, lifts the pectoral fin completely out of the water, and brings it back down with a loud crash. This is a method by which the whales, usually males, advertise their presence to other whales and prospective mating partners. Recent research revealed that some female humpbacks calve annually, rather than every 2 years, as was previously thought. The young calves and older juveniles are insatiably curious, allowing snorkelers to approach within a few feet. This curiosity cost them dearly at the hands of 19th century whalers, who harpooned calves and held them as decoys to draw their mothers within range. So great was the slaughter, and so perilously close did humpbacks come to extinction, that an international treaty in 1966 banned commercial hunting of the species worldwide. Our camera team, for the difficult task of filming the humpbacks underwater, consisted of renowned freelance photographer Tom Campbell and staff cameraman Jim Cosmic. Because of sanctuary rules, the camera team was not allowed to use scuba equipment. Whales are also more at ease with snorkelers, as the noise of scuba bubbles quickly scares them away. The challenge facing Tom and Jim was to get close enough to the whales to get a clear shot while holding their breath. With limited visibility and only a handful of brief encounters in 4 days, it appeared as though the camera team would come up empty-handed. But on the 5th and final day of the expedition, a dramatic breakthrough. A young male and female courting provided the team a lengthy filming opportunity. The young pair allowed an unprecedented glimpse into the lives of young humpback whales. The two cavorted and played with each other, oblivious to the presence of humans. Deep-sea gymnasts, the whales were comfortable in any position. Perhaps when you're weightless and live in a three-dimensional world, there is no such thing as up or down. For a few hours, the acrobatic pair frolicked in shallow water, allowing the cameramen a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to study the humpbacks up close. The males showed clear evidence of ferocious battles with other males. A deep 10-foot scar was probably the result of a vicious tail slash. Covering their massive heads are large bumps called tubercles, hair cells which serve as receptors. They provide the whales with information about their surroundings, the presence of other whales, and the location of prey. The tail, or flukes, are the most commonly recognized feature of the humpback. Researchers have photo files of hundreds of humpback tails, enabling them to identify and follow the migrations of specific individuals. The flukes provide the thrust and power to swim at top speeds and to leap completely out of the water when breaching.
Man, that was an incredible encounter. Incredible. 3 whales stayed with us for over an hour. And we got singing, I got topside, bottom shots, we got just about everything we needed. It was an incredible encounter. Visibility was very limited, so we had to get very tight on the animals, and they didn't seem to mind that. We worked our way in very slowly so as not to disturb them, so we could get down to, say, 6 feet away from them, and that made for some very nice shooting. Yeah, you got her, man. Yeah. That was great, huh? I thought I was going to get run over a couple of times there. Unbelievable.
You know, that one whale, it came up right underneath me. It's like a freight train. I'm looking, I think, oh my God, he's going to hit me.
I saw that.
Holy mackerel.
It seems like the last 4 or 5 assignments, everything I've shot's been on the last day, the last few hours.
I tell you, we're lucky today. We were getting skunked most of the week, and then whammo, an hour and a half with a whale.
You know, even after 25 years of being in the wildlife business and working with all kinds of different animals, sharks, whales, dolphins, you name it, it's a very, very unique and special experience to dive with these whales. And for us to be able to get this close to them and be able to see them in their own habitat and record some of their activity with the babies and so forth, it's an incredible experience. And it really makes it worthwhile to have an opportunity to do this.
Hi, Randy. 5
How are
minutes.
Thanks.
Come on board.
Sleek, powerful, and fearless, killer whales rule the seas. They are the ultimate apex predator. Large sharks, even sperm whales, are no match for the orca. Once creatures of mystery and fear, seen as villainous man-eaters, orcas have been found to be highly social, intelligent, even gentle animals. There's not a single documented case of orcas attacking or killing humans. Orcas are found worldwide, and fortunately are not an endangered species at this time. They escaped intense commercial whaling because they were considered too small to be worth the effort of harpooning. While on assignment in Mexico's Sea of Cortez, cameraman Tom Campbell had an accidental and extremely rare opportunity to film killer whales underwater. In northern climes, limited visibility prohibits filming orcas underwater. In these crystal clear turquoise waters, the beautiful animals were a remarkable sight. Hundreds of killer whales live along the coastlines of Washington State, British Columbia, and Alaska. Some are large resident pods that lead more sedentary lives, feeding mainly on salmon. Others are transients, traveling in small pods of 6 or fewer whales that hunt larger prey, such as seals and sea lions. While fishing for prawns near Powell River, British Columbia, amateur cameraman Randy Haight found himself in a very rare situation. He discovered an injured orca in urgent need of help. Haight was able to document the encounter with the distressed whale on videotape. A 5-year-old female identified as A57, named Kelpa, was gasping for breath at the surface. Marine mammal technician Graham Ellis was called in to assess the situation.
There's no sign of any bleeding. Yeah, definitely a manageable size. We know that animals.
Kelpa's pod hovered around the site for 2 days, showing obvious concern for their sick family member. With the help of the Vancouver Aquarium, Ellis hoped to rescue the whale, but their efforts were to be futile. Kelpa succumbed to her injuries and died.
Time of death, 15:39. Official time of death, 3:39.
Randy Haight and conservation officials were able to prevent the whale from sinking and towed her to shore. Marine scientists were granted a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to study a newly deceased wild orca. After a close inspection, there was no visible clues as to her condition. A pathologist was eventually able to determine from an autopsy that the whale had died from a bacterial infection caused by a pronounced underbite. Although a tragic loss, the death of Kelpa provided truly valuable insights into the pathology of orcas in the wild. Her death would not go unnoticed. Hunting over the last 4 centuries, collisions with ships, and more recently, pollution, have reduced some of the world's cetacean populations to 10% of their historic levels. That the whale is a mammal is not new, but new and exciting insights into behavior and genetics emphasize strong parallels with land animals. To know whales as individuals once seemed impossible. Now we can recognize and track thousands by their unique markings. It is more urgent than ever that we rise to the challenge of protecting and understanding these great animals, the largest to ever roam the earth. The Indo-Pacific realm, a vast expanse of thousands of coral reefs and countless islands. It stretches eastward from the African coast to Easter Island in the South Pacific and north to the Hawaiian Islands. And in the heart of the Indo-Pacific lies the Sulawesi Sea. It's estimated that over 3,000 species of fish inhabit these tropical waters, the richest diversity of marine life on the planet. Today, we'll travel to Malaysia and the northeastern tip of the island of Borneo. We'll explore the remarkable coral reefs of the Sulawesi Sea and the remote islands of Sipadan and Mabul. We'll study the fascinating inhabitants of the island's waters, including endangered sea turtles and massive schools of jacks and barracuda. We'll also examine the challenges facing this troubled region as human populations explode and document some of the destructive fishing practices that decimate these pristine reefs. Today, on Undersea Explorer. Over 3 million species share the Earth. Most are insects, many are plants. About 9,000 of them are birds, and 4,000 are mammals. These plants and animals, however, are relative newcomers. Only 10 million years ago, a fleeting moment in evolutionary time, most species that inhabit the Earth today had yet to evolve. Life first sprang forth from the sea over 5 billion years ago. But it was at least 4 billion years before any species colonized land. The sea was the center of all evolutionary change, and is still perhaps the best place to examine life's constantly changing form. We tend to forget that the sheer number of species here far outstrips anything found on land. From shallow coral reefs to the deepest ocean abyss, the sea provides a broad diversity of habitats for evolutionary change. And of all marine habitats, the tropical reef is by far the richest. These complex ecosystems develop in warm ocean waters of the world, forming a wide belt around the equator that stretches from 30 degrees north to 30 degrees south. But coral reefs cover only 0.1% of the Earth's surface, roughly 600,000 square kilometers. Comparatively, rainforests cover over 10 times that area. Yet like rainforests, coral reefs rank as one of our most complex, diverse, and valuable ecosystems. Our destinations today are the tiny islands of Sipadan and Mabul, located off the northeastern corner of Borneo in the Malaysian state of Sabah. Our Indo-Pacific journey began in Malaysia's main city, Kuala Lumpur. From peninsular Malaysia, we flew across the South China Sea to the northern tip of Borneo. Departing Sabah, we traveled again by air to the city of Tawau. Overland, we made our way by road to the port city of Semporna. Our destinations were yet another hour by water taxi. After 2 full days of traveling, we finally reached our first destination, a tiny 40-acre island called Sipadan. This isolated island is a tangled mix of thick jungle, coral rocks, and white sand. The island is the peak of a long-extinct volcano that rises up from the seafloor. Just offshore, a vertical wall plummets over 3,000 feet to the ocean bottom. The intensity and variety of reef life here is staggering. Acres of coral buzz like a giant beehive of frenzied activity. All sorts of living things seek permanent or temporary refuge from the vast emptiness of the open sea. Dense schools of trevally jacks and chevron barracuda circle the island. Sipadan is also a haven for hawksbill and green sea turtles, which, like all sea turtles, are highly endangered animals. The waters of Southeast Asia surrounding Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia, and New Guinea are particularly rich in marine life. They host an astonishing array of species, over 3,000 varieties of fish alone, and countless invertebrates. By comparison, the Great Barrier Reef houses only 1,300 species of fish. By the time you reach Hawaii on the northeastern edge of the Indo-Pacific, there are fewer than 400 species. The Sulawesi Sea is a seascape of intoxicating beauty and spectacular abundance. The most conspicuous member of Sipadan's undersea realm is the sea turtle. All along the reef that encircles the island, resting and swimming turtles are a common sight. Green sea turtles roam about the vast ocean, feeding on seagrasses and jellyfish. They come to Sipadan to rest, mate, and lay their eggs. Hawksbills are generally smaller and are thought to lead more sedentary lives, taking up permanent residence along Sipadan's reef. They feed on sponges and invertebrates and use their sharp beaks to tear apart food. Females of both species nest throughout the year on the island's beaches, struggling ashore at night on the incoming tide. Sipadan is protected by the Wildlife Department of Sabah. The turtle eggs are collected by park staff and put in special holding pens. Once hatched, the newborn turtles are released near the water's edge. They group en masse for a mad dash to the ocean. With no parental guidance, the turtles rely solely on instinct. Even with a helping hand, only a fraction of 1% will survive to maturity. Above the reefs, massive schools of trevally jacks and chevron barracuda form moving walls of fish. There is safety and strength in numbers. In immense, polarized groups, the fish swim like precision machines, thousands moving as one. During the day, the fish swim together in an almost trance-like state. They do not sleep like some species, but reduce their energy output and continually keep moving. At night, the schools disperse and individuals venture into the open sea to feed. At dawn, the schools reform and begin their daily ritual all over again. The chevron barracuda is strikingly marked with dark stripes along its side. They are slim and streamlined predators. Trevally jacks have a slender tail base to reduce drag and a deeply forked tail that facilitates speed. Occasionally, schools join together in a spectacular undersea ballet. Another large schooling fish is the humphead parrotfish. During the day, they scour the reef, using their strong beaks to bite into hard corals. Like a marauding army, they march across the reef daily, constantly eating on the move. The parrotfish digests what it can, but much of the coral is ground up and released back onto the reef as sand. The apex predator of these reefs is the white-tip shark. Hundreds of the animals cruise along drop-offs, scavenging for weak or dying fish. When resting, they lie motionless on the bottom. White-tips do not have to keep swimming to breathe. They simply pump water through well-developed gills. Another fascinating predator is the lionfish. This beautiful and bizarre species has highly venomous spines. Each spine acts like a hypodermic needle that's connected to a venom sac at the base of their fins. Toxic venom can be injected into a potential predator or even an unwary diver who ventures too close. The message they convey so clearly with their striking colors and strange appearance is, do not touch. Lionfish are solitary nocturnal predators that feed on crustaceans and small fish. They rely on their venom only for protection and instead use ambush and decoy techniques to catch food. At night, they took advantage of our lights to stalk small fish with lightning-quick speed. A colorful octopus searches for food. Roaming the reef at night, it explores small crevices and holes for tiny fish. In a parachute-like embrace, the octopus engulfs its prey. Batfish are a graceful creature that are easy to recognize because of their flattened appearance and elongated fins. They are extremely friendly and curious fish. Occasionally, an individual may even bond with a sea turtle or diver, following them wherever they go. At a cleaning station, a batfish is serviced by a group of wrasse. They clean the fish of parasites, darting in and out of their gills unmolested. One of the most striking residents of these reefs are clownfish, or anemone fish. They receive their name from a special symbiotic relationship with the fish-eating anemone. A fascinating aspect of this species is its immunity to the stinging tentacles of its host, whose slightest touch would paralyze other fish. Clownfish are not born with built-in immunity. They acquire it by coating themselves with mucus from the anemone's tentacles. A newly born fish, or one that has been away from its host too long, will have to regain the immunity by rubbing against the tentacles, recoating its body with mucus. It appears to be a one-sided relationship. The clownfish is given both protection and shelter. The benefits they extend to their hosts are not so clear, although clownfish do provide some housekeeping duties. A clownfish is never seen without an anemone, but an anemone can survive quite happily on its own. Our final destination in the Sulawesi Sea is a neighbor to Sipadan, the tiny island of Mabul. Although the island does not boast sea turtles or the large schooling fish of Sipadan, Mabul is known for another very special attribute: its rare and unusual collection of reef fish and invertebrates. Mandarin fish, a favorite of photographers, hide in crevices protected by the sharp spines of sea urchins. Villainous-looking moray eels take shelter in coral heads and crevices. Their reputation as ferocious killers is greatly undeserved. They are shy and retiring animals that lead mostly secretive lives. With mouths wide open and sharp canine teeth exposed, they certainly look dangerous. They're actually drawing water through their mouths and passing it out through gill holes. Garden eels sway in the light currents, picking small animals from the water column. Like many of us, some gobies do not enjoy housework and utilize shrimp as live-in maids. The shrimp keep the burrow neat and tidy and free of loose debris. Masters of camouflage and deception, many of Mabul's species are not easily found. The tiny dragonfish walks along the seafloor, blending in with the sandy bottom. A crocodile fish lies motionless on the sand. An ambush predator, it will lie in wait for hours at a time for an unwary fish to pass by. Leaf fish utilize a very interesting technique to hide from predators. They resemble and also mimic the swaying motion of a leaf or piece of seaweed, tilting from side to side. Ghost pipefish rely solely on their uncanny resemblance to vegetation to fool potential predators. One of the challenges facing this remarkable marine environment is an ever-increasing human population. Diminishing returns have forced fishermen to resort to drastic means in their quest for fish. Using only a glass bottle, some fertilizer, diesel fuel, and a crude fuse, impoverished fishermen simply bomb the reef. While diving around Sipadan, we heard startling sounds of explosions several miles away. Fish bombing is incredibly damaging to the reef. Entire fields of coral are reduced to rubble. The explosions kill everything in sight, but only a small fraction of the fish are ever brought to market. Most of the fish sink to the bottom. From Southeast Asia to South Florida, the intricate and complex community of the coral reef shows grave signs of decline. Coral reefs, the rainforests of the sea, are one of the Earth's most precious natural treasures. We, the users and beneficiaries of their remarkable resources, must do all we can to preserve them in good health, for us and for future generations. A shark feeding frenzy, one of the ocean realm's most fascinating spectacles. Dozens of hungry animals slash and tear at their prey with razor-sharp teeth. One of our greatest fears is a fatal encounter with a shark. Magnificent and misunderstood, their aggressive reputations are greatly undeserved. Today, we'll set out to discover why shark attacks should be called more appropriately shark accidents. We'll work with renowned behaviorist Dr. Eric Ritter to prove that even so-called dangerous animals like lemon and bull sharks are not serious threats. We'll travel to the northern Bahamas for a remarkable encounter with over 100 large sharks. We'll study and tag animals with Gary Atkinson of Walker's Key Undersea Adventures and the Shark Education and Research Center. We'll also examine the evolution of sharks with Dr. Gordon Hubble, one of the world's foremost collectors of shark jaws and fossilized shark teeth. Today, on Undersea Explorer. Dozens of large sharks tear at a block of fish bait. Their fearsome jaws and aggressive behavior stir a man-eater image. These misconceptions, reinforced by Hollywood, unfairly damn a large group of highly diverse animals. The vast majority of sharks are unaggressive to people. Serious assaults worldwide number less than 100 per year, with only a handful of fatalities. No creature on Earth has a worse and perhaps less deserved reputation. Most sharks are, for a lack of a better word, cowards, meaning that unless provoked or threatened, they prefer to retreat rather than to challenge anything as large as a man. Most incidents are bite and release or slashing type wounds. These actions suggest warnings rather than attempts to kill. Objects of fear and fascination, sharks have inhabited the seas for hundreds of millions of years, among Earth's oldest living creatures. Since our own appearance a mere few million years ago, man has undoubtedly been intrigued by these remarkable animals.
This is a tooth from a big megalodon, the so-called megatooth shark that existed from 15 million years ago to around 2 million years ago. And this is one of the biggest ones that I know of in existence. This animal lived up until around 2 million years ago, as near as we can tell. And when you think about that, that would be contemporary with some of the early human-type critters that inhabited the Earth. You can just speculate that people, or at least the animals that resembled people back then, did not go to the beach to swim very often, and if they did, they may only have gone once. This shark would probably have reached 60 feet in total length, maybe even a little more.
Dr. Gordon Hubble is one of the world's foremost experts on shark evolution. His remarkable collection of fossilized shark teeth and restored jaws is unparalleled. Through extensive travels in search of fossil teeth and his restoration efforts, Dr. Hubble has joined a chorus of scientists and researchers who fear the worst for this magnificent predator.
Sharks are the top predator in the ocean, so theoretically, if we do something to affect the shark population, it's going to affect just about everything else in the ocean. It's going to trickle down to even the small fish and some of the invertebrates that live in the ocean. And I think we're in a position that we don't want to know what would happen if we eliminated the shark population, because it could be disastrous.
In order to more closely study sharks in their natural habitat, we traveled to tiny Walker's Key, a remote island located at the northernmost tip of the Bahamas.
Charlie X-ray, I'd like to go to company for a second, call you back. Roger.
Walker's Key has been a renowned sport fishing and cruising destination for decades. Located less than 100 miles east of the South Florida coast, the island hosts thousands of fishermen each year. Seizing on the availability of fresh fish carcasses, Gary Atkinson of Walker's Key Undersea Adventures found a novel means of recycling normally discarded fish parts.
Walker's Key is a premier fishing destination, so we get a tremendous amount of fish nutrient through our fish cleaning rooms. Subsequently, one day my staff came up to me and said, Gary, whenever when we go down to dump the carcasses at the end of the runway, the sharks hear the trucks coming and they gather. Well, I took a look at this and was astounded by it, and I thought, well, it'd be a natural progression then to relocate it out to the reef, and subsequently that's what we did. We started saving the carcasses, packing them, created the chum sickle.
Along with renowned shark behaviorist Dr. Eric Ritter, Gary Atkinson has helped to establish the Shark Education and Research Center at Walker's Key. One of their main goals is to enhance awareness of the shark's plight through interaction with the animals in their natural habitat.
I think it's so vitally important that people learn as much as they can about an animal that is really misunderstood. The reason we do what we do is it's a myth exploder. People suddenly realize that, gee whiz, I'm down here with 100 animals and I'm safe, and they could care less that I'm here. And they walk away with a whole different, rich experience than they ever thought they'd get when they first arrived here. That's the seed you're planting out there, because they're going to tell other people, and the sharks have a bad rap as it is anyway. And I feel like our job here is to let people know that they're not the bad guy people have made them out to be.
Once at the dive site, the captain revs the boat's engines. This noise is a cue for the sharks in the area that a feeding is about to begin. As the frozen block of bait sinks to the bottom, only a few sharks appear to be interested. Other smaller fish are quick to take advantage of the free meal. Within a few minutes, the sharks become more interested in the food. Eventually, over 100 sharks make an appearance. The sharks are conditioned to feed from the chum ball and do not associate divers with food. Even in close quarters with the bait, our camera team used no special protection from the sharks. Once thought to be set off by a single drop of blood, the infamous feeding frenzy may instead be incited by several different stimuli. The head-shaking actions of other sharks and the vibrations of the first animals to feed appear to excite many of the sharks. Sharks are a great deal more sophisticated than we previously thought. We now know that they have a higher sensitivity to electrical fields than any other animal, the most remarkable detection system in all of nature. This sensitivity enables them to locate hidden prey and may also aid sharks in the process of daily movement and long-range migration. There's even speculation that they can orient themselves in the open sea electromagnetically, taking bearings from the Earth's magnetic field. More recent research on sharks' brains, sensory systems, and behavior contradict many popular misconceptions of sharks. They are certainly not unpredictable eating machines with nothing more than a good sense of smell. The feeding at Walker's Cay has proven that sharks are capable not only of learning, but also of retaining data. When regular shark feedings are discontinued, even for weeks at a time, the same animals routinely return to the site as if there was no interruption. This suggests that the animals are able to learn and remember. As the chum ball wears down and eventually falls to the bottom, the sharks vie for position with the remaining morsels of food. The main types of sharks that participate in the feeding are nurse sharks and Caribbean reef and blacktip sharks. This reef shark has a few hitchhikers along for the ride. Juvenile barjacks mimic every move of the host shark. They ride along for protection because right behind the shark are larger jacks, just waiting for one of them to stray from the pack. Like nearly all other sharks, these reef sharks are equipped with a lifetime supply of teeth. Each one is quickly replaced when it falls out or works loose. Hundreds of small teeth are dislodged from their jaws as the sharks bite on the metal rods holding the chum ball in place. Divers looking for a souvenir simply have to scour the bottom.
Yeah! That was wild. Must have been 100 sharks down there. Gray reef, blacktip sharks, lemon, a couple of nurse sharks.
Some people have criticized the feeding of wild animals, and in some cases I have to agree with that. In this particular situation, we were very cautious in what we would do, and in the feeding situation, we knew that we've got 100 sharks. We could never supply enough nutrient to support a 100 shark population, nor did I want to. What we wanted to do was create a situation that would give the animals a focus so that we could interact with them and study them.
One of the fringe benefits of these regular shark feedings is that they are wonderful opportunities to study the animals. Gary Atkinson and behaviorist Dr. Eric Ritter have mounted an intensive tagging and research program on behalf of the Shark Education and Research Center.
Our tagging stick is about a 4-inch long penetration on the fat pad on either side of the dorsal fin of the shark. That's my target area. This is a tag that we use with the Aquarium of Americas. It's a passive electronic chip tag. It's called a pit tag. And the pit tag is a device that you can scan underwater with a unit that gives you a digital readout, very similar to the barcode in the grocery store. And we can do roll call then without having to touch the animal. Gathering data was important, but my real motivation for tagging these animals was to give them just another thin line of defense in case a fisherman caught them. And the mentality of the average fisherman is that the sharks are a nuisance and a good shark is a dead shark. People are more inclined to release them, and indeed we know of a half a dozen or more instances where that exactly situation took place, where they were released because the fisherman saw the tag in the back, going, oh yeah, they're doing this thing at Walker's Key, don't kill him, let's get the tag number, cut him loose, let him go, and return the tag number.
Dr. Ritter and Gary Atkinson demonstrate a unique phenomenon called tonic immobility. The sharks are rendered immobile when inverted. This allows close study of the animals and aids divers in removing embedded fishing hooks.
It's important to realize that in the Bahamas, just for the economy of this country, that animal is worth far more alive than he is dead. My animals, since I have well over 100 of them, are probably worth about $10,000 to $15,000 a piece annually in tourist dollars that are brought into the local economy here. Whereas if that animal's killed and his fins are hacked off, he's worth a few dollars one time. That's it.
An authority in shark biology and behavior, Dr. Eric Ritter has studied sharks around the world. He's come up with several interesting theories about their behavior. One of the most intriguing ideas is that even so-called dangerous sharks, like great whites, bulls, and lemon sharks, are not inclined to attack humans, even when enticed with bait. In a unique experiment at Walker's Key, Gary Adkison and Dr. Ritter attracted a handful of large lemon and bull sharks to shore with repeated feedings. These particular animals, some measuring over 10 feet long, are known man-eaters and have registered many attacks on divers and swimmers. Eric's theory is that these notoriously aggressive sharks will not attack humans, even when provoked with food. When a rare attack does occur, he believes it's an accident caused by territorial aggression, much like a dog protecting its yard. After only a few minutes of chumming with fish carcasses, a few small nurse and reef sharks appear in the waist-deep water. The most trusting of these animals, and the first to approach the divers, is the nurse shark. These relatively harmless fish have very small mouths and suck in their food. Small reef sharks are the next to take the bait, darting in and out of the shallow water. Before long, the sharks we'd hoped to see make an appearance. A handful of lemon sharks, each almost 10 feet long, come in to inspect the carcasses. Remember, these sharks are usually considered aggressive, and our camera team are only inches from the bait.
The one shark that gives me the most concern is the lemon shark. They almost are like a hyperactive child, and when they come in, they're very agitated, very aggressive. I've dove a lot with lemons and they had no problems, but I've also had lemons chase me onto a coral head and out of the water in the South Pacific and repeatedly bite the coral head, and I had no reason other than I may have been in his territory or on his turf.
Another potentially dangerous Caribbean shark is the bull shark. These heavy-bodied, large animals are implicated in a number of human attacks. The remoras that hitch a ride with the sharks seem to be a greater threat, approaching within a few inches of the camera.
My current research deals with the interaction of sharks and human beings. I would like to find out what triggers a reaction when a human being is in the water as a swimmer or as a diver. The shallow water feeding, the reason why we do this is actually to show that there's actually no threat to us if we're in the water with so big animals. The lemon sharks, the bull sharks, two supposedly very aggressive sharks, 9-10 footer I've seen yesterday. Nothing happened.
The shark is an animal that's been on this planet for close to 500 million years, that has been brought to the verge of extinction in the past 20 years. It's an animal that is an apex predator, and as an apex predator, he keeps our oceans clean, he keeps our populations under control, he cleans up the sick and wounded, and he's being wiped out at such a tremendous rate. You remove the shark, you suddenly turn our oceans in a very, very short period of time into a septic system, a sewer tank. If we don't protect this animal, then all of us lose. Everybody, right on down to the whole generations, we all lose. And what a sad thing. I want my kids to see what I saw today and what you saw today. Without that animal there, we might as well throw in the towel, because our oceans will be a wasteland then without him. We need to protect him.
When we consider the extreme rarity of shark attacks, maybe we should question our right to kill millions of them each year. If we could only realize that sharks present no threat to mankind, and that they play a vital role in the ocean realm, perhaps there would be hope for their continued survival. The undersea world of New Guinea's Bismarck Archipelago. One of the ocean realm's richest marine environments. Its remarkable biodiversity is unparalleled. These reefs host an extraordinary number and variety of species. Today, we'll explore the fascinating waters of New Guinea's Bismarck Sea. Here, we'll study a tropical coral reef ecosystem and its intricate web of life. We'll examine several poisonous fish and learn how their toxins affect our nervous system. And witness the astonishing behavior of cephalopods, like the octopus and cuttlefish. We'll highlight efforts to protect New Guinea's fragile coral reefs with permanent moorings. And finally, we'll reflect on one of World War II's most destructive battlegrounds and the relics left behind on the ocean floor of New Guinea. Today, New Guinea is the last in a chain of islands lying between Southeast Asia and the vast Pacific Ocean. In September 1994, major volcanic eruptions buried the scenic seaport of Rabaul in several feet of ash. Years later, much of the town is still covered in a thick layer of volcanic dust and twisted debris. The volcanoes that surround the harbor are still active, randomly spewing ash into the air. Eons of violent tectonic activity created a foundation in New Guinea for an extremely rich and diverse undersea landscape. The immense biodiversity of marine flora and fauna is second in magnitude to nowhere else on Earth. Over time, volcanic action has formed countless undersea mountains, pinnacles, and reefs, many of which lie just below the surface. Nutrient-laden waters, fed by geothermal action, rise upward, fostering a rich smorgasbord of tiny marine animals. These planktonic species form the first link in a thriving marine food chain. We began our journey with a flight from the Australian city of Cairns. From Cairns, we flew north to New Guinea's capital city, Port Moresby, with a short connecting flight to the island of New Britain. At the port of Rabaul, we joined the Star Dancer, a 120-foot live-aboard diving vessel. Part of the Peter Hughes fleet, we traveled aboard the Star Dancer into the heart of New Guinea's remarkable Bismarck Sea. The Bismarck Sea is one of the last pristine undersea realms left in the world. With relatively little industrial development and no commercial fishery, New Guinea has a marine environment almost untouched by man. New Guinea's reefs are an explosion of species, remarkable examples of intact, healthy coral reef ecosystems. Vast undersea armies of schooling tropical fish patrol these reefs. Most feast on plankton that rises from the cold, nutrient-rich depths. The smaller fish hover close to the corals for protection from larger predators, darting into the water column to feed only when the coast is clear. Colorful anthias are one of the most conspicuous species on the reef. These fascinating fish have a unique way of dealing with predation. When a male is killed, a female will change sex to replace him. Dominant males may then preside over a harem of dozens of females. Damselfish never stray far from the protection of their reef home. Jagged fingers of coral protect the fish from harm. Some of the most attractive and curious animals on the reef are anemone fish, more commonly known as clownfish. New Guinea has the largest concentration of these fish in the world. 10 of 25 known species are found in these waters. They live among the stinging tentacles of the fish-eating anemone. Immune to the anemone's stinging barbs, the clownfish keeps its host clean in exchange for protection from predators. Unlike anthias, which are all born female, clownfish are born as males. When the need arises, a male will change sex. If a dominant female dies, the largest male changes sex and takes her place, and the largest of the remaining males becomes its partner. Males are given the responsibility of caring for the clutch of over 500 eggs, constantly fanning them to circulate oxygen. When an anemone traps a fish, it closes its tentacles into a tight ball, leaving only a small area for their tenants to hide. These agitated pink clownfish are now more vulnerable to predators. Larger plankton eaters stray higher into the water column. Pyramid butterfly fish feed exclusively on tiny planktonic animals. Fusiliers gather in immense schools, constantly moving in search of food that drifts in the currents. Beautiful and ornate batfish slowly drift above the reef. An intensely curious fish, they frequently approach and follow divers. Closer to the top of the food chain, larger and faster predators are on constant patrol. bluefin trevally jacks are one of the fastest hunters, capable of lightning-quick speed. And the top predators are, of course, sharks. These efficient and ancient hunters are never far from the action. Back on the reef, countless invertebrates filter the water of plankton. The giant clam can grow to hundreds of pounds. It continually siphons seawater of microscopic animals. Crinoids, more commonly known as feather stars, are some of the reef's most colorful residents. Every hue of the rainbow is represented with this distinct species. Gently waving in the current, feather stars efficiently trap tiny animals as they drift by. No other fish or animal is known to feed on feather stars. Night on the reef. In the absence of light, a completely different cast of characters make an appearance. Menacing moray eels roam about the reef, searching for sleeping fish. A lizardfish bears a striking set of razor-sharp teeth. Probably the most bizarre and intelligent of the night creatures are the cephalopods, more commonly known as octopus, squid, and cuttlefish. These wily invertebrates depend on their mastery of stealth and disguise to survive. The octopus has a larger brain size to body weight ratio than any invertebrate. They are believed to have a level of intelligence similar to that of the common cat. High praise indeed. True masters of disguise, octopus, squid, and cuttlefish are able to change color and appearance in an instant. They can also alter the texture of their skin, mimicking the underlying reef, or even a diver's hand. A cuttlefish demonstrates this remarkable ability. The octopus uses its 8 arms to crawl along the reef, and when in need of greater speed, can expel water from its body cavity. Cuttlefish use fins that completely surround the edge of their body and, like the octopus, can also use expelled water as a means of propulsion. Intelligent and alien, colorful yet mysterious, cephalopods never cease to amaze us. Of all the predators of New Guinea's reefs, the family Scorpinidae, more commonly known as stone, lion, or scorpion fish, are the most venomous. All have dorsal spines that, when touched, discharge a poison virulent enough to cause at best severe pain and at worst, death. This mechanism is merely a defense, as most members of this family are ambush or decoy predators. Many are indistinguishable from the reef. They lie in wait patiently for an unwary passerby who veers too close to their cavernous mouth. Others are more flamboyant in appearance. Their finery has inspired many names: lion, zebra, and even firefish. Many biologists now call them turkey fish, alluding to their feather-like pectoral fins. With all its frills, the slow-moving fish should be an easy mark for predators. It is, in fact, a well-protected hunter with a shield of pelvic, anal, and dorsal fins, all loaded with venom. The demon stingerfish has pectoral fin rays covered in hard cuticles, which allow it to walk along the bottom. The highly venomous stargazer buries itself in the sand to hide its presence. Perhaps the most ornate of the scorpion fish, the Rhinopeus is easily one of nature's most eccentric creations. This family counts more than 300 species worldwide, ranging from extravagant beauties like this turkeyfish to the nightmarish stonefish, the most venomous fish in the world.
There's one particularly beautiful but really dangerous family of fish. They include the stonefish, the scorpionfish, and the lionfish. Of this family, the stonefish are clearly the worst. Very well hidden, very well camouflaged, and the venom is incredibly toxic. People describe wanting to commit suicide or have themselves be put out of their misery when they get a stonefish envenomation. The scorpionfish family, the type of toxin you get, mostly acts on the nerve. Some stimulate the nerves, and that causes the intense pain. In the really bad envenomations, particularly a stonefish where you stop breathing, or with a cone shell envenomation, they're really acting on your nervous system. They basically suppress it, and you literally lose the ability to breathe. The scary part is you are wide awake. You may not be able to breathe. You may be laying there like a rag doll, but you simply are unable to breathe. The cone shell, for example, is one of the most poisonous things that you can actually get stung with, particularly in the Western Pacific. On a milligram per milligram basis, it's probably the deadliest toxin we find in nature. The cone shell toxin, if you do manage to get stung, let's say you pick it up, the greatest risk is that you'll stop breathing. The risk is greatest the bigger the cone shell and the smaller the person. Of all the snakes, sea snakes have some of the most potent venom we know of. Very neurotoxic. Doesn't damage your tissue the way a rattlesnake bite does, but very neurotoxic. Again, after a significant envenomation, you just very peacefully lose your ability to breathe.
One of the many problems facing tropical reefs is anchoring. Anchors can cause immense damage when dragged across a coral head or the bottom features of a bay or lagoon. Slow-growing corals and other invertebrates are destroyed in an instant as the heavy metal objects smash into the reef. With an increase in tourism in New Guinea and other diving destinations, conservation groups and diving organizations have identified a growing need for permanent moorings. With a mooring pin like this stainless steel ring, larger vessels can safely tie onto a reef without causing any serious damage. A hydraulic drill and generator are positioned above the reef in a small boat. A diver proceeds to bore a large hole into the coral. Powered by water pressure, the drill slowly carves into the reef. The core samples reveal corals hundreds, perhaps thousands of years old. quick-setting cement is brought from the surface to seal the pin in place. In only a few hours' time, the mixture hardens and a coral reef has a new permanent mooring pin. The roughly 20,000 square miles of the Bismarck Sea are a stark contradiction. One of the most beautiful undersea realms in the world, they hold a dark secret from the not too distant past. In the early years of World War II, the waters of eastern New Guinea were some of the most active, tumultuous, and lethal on Earth. Thousands of ships and aircraft were lost in fierce fighting between the Japanese and the Allies. Countless souls were lost in these placid seas. Intricate cave systems carved in the limestone cliffs surrounding Rabaul are reminders of the Japanese occupation. As soon as the war was over, the Bismarck Sea was all but forgotten. With the advent of diving tourism in the last decade, these remarkable ships and aircraft are seeing new life as teeming artificial reefs. The Mitsubishi biplane, even though it's been in the water for over 50 years, it's still in remarkable condition. Used for low-level reconnaissance, the slow, outdated plane was no match for more modern fighters. Its fixed wings are still intact, now hosts to encrusting invertebrates. These battle tanks were found beside the tattered remains of a sunken barge. They were likely cargo on the doomed ship. Now resting in shallow water, the tanks were never to see action in the Pacific theater of war. Like many of the World War II relics on the ocean bottom, they've remained in remarkably good shape. This merchant ship was bombed from the air by American fighters. Her captain, sensing that the ship was destined to sink, tried to ram the bow into the shoreline. Most of the crew were able to swim to safety, but the hull slid down a steep wall, finally stopping in almost 200 feet of water. Tattered relics and debris now litter the rusting decks of the ship. Almost as soon as these machines of war died in the sea, the ocean realm began to give them new life. What had once been objects of destruction were now living monuments to the endurance and power of nature. On the bottom of New Guinea's Bismarck Sea. a teeming metropolis in a turquoise sea, a coral reef surpasses even the rainforest in sheer diversity of life. These dynamic undersea cities thrive in the warm ocean shallows that band the equatorial regions of the globe. And nowhere are they more spectacular than in the tropical Western Pacific. The island nations of this vast ocean realm cradle the richest coral life on the planet. Today, we'll travel to the Fijian Islands to study a fascinating coral reef ecosystem. We'll join the vessel Fiji Aggressor for a one-week live-aboard diving expedition. We'll observe the work of marine biologist Dr. Richard Murphy in a unique coral reef survey and conservation effort. We'll also focus on reef invertebrates, which display a rich palette of colors and designs. And finally, we'll examine the miniature world of nudibranchs, beautiful butterflies of the sea. Today on Undersea Explorer. Tropical sunlight bathes clear waters of the southwestern Pacific. Sun rays nourish vast gardens of stone that rise towards the surface. Reef-building corals reach up from the ocean floor, eventually breaking the surface, creating an archipelago of palm-fringed islands. But the tropical reef is more than just a field of stony corals. It's a community of thousands of animals whose very survival depends on an intricate balance and interdependence among species. These reefs host an astonishing variety of unlikely partnerships and strange associations. A living coral polyp, a creature that can be as small as an infant's fingernail. Its mouth and tentacles gather organic matter and planktonic animals as they drift past in the currents. Although coral is sedentary, growing very slowly, it's not a simple plant. Corals are animals and predators. Stinging tentacles comb the water column to stun and capture prey as it passes by. Billions upon billions of tiny coral polyps are the lifeblood of the reef. Their skeletons have an obvious aesthetic quality, but this beauty is more than just skin deep. Hard corals secrete calcium carbonate to form a skeletal home. When they die, another generation grows on top of the previous foundation. Over the millennia, trillions of polyps form layer upon layer of stony coral. It takes millions of years to build a tropical reef of this magnitude. These living towers of coral rise from depths of up to half a mile. Structures that surpass in scale the architecture of any animals, including humans. On the shallow slopes and tops of these coral spires, hundreds, perhaps thousands of species vie for space in often crowded conditions. Hardly an inch of vacant territory is wasted as fish, invertebrates, and other animals scratch a living. large schooling predators such as these dog-toothed tuna and barracuda ultimately depend upon the smallest reef dweller. Even the life of the king of the food chain, the shark, is bound to the reef. Many reef relationships are benign, but all its citizens are important components in a complex web of life. Our journey took us to the southwestern Pacific nation of Fiji, a group of over 300 islands scattered across 40,000 square miles of clear blue water. From the port city of Savu Savu, we embarked on an expedition to some of Fiji's most remote coral reefs. The reefs of Fiji and the southwestern Pacific are home to an explosion of species. Soft flower corals extend delicate arms into the currents. Blue, pink, purple, orange, all the brightest colors are represented. Structurally, soft corals are similar to their hard cousins, but they lack a rigid limestone skeleton. Instead, the supporting stem consists of fleshy tissue that's reinforced by a matrix of microscopic calcium carbonate particles. In this reef community, displays of pattern and color enable individuals to distinguish between friend and foe. Color could also be used for camouflage. Certain animals are masters, able to blend with patterns and shapes of the reef. The ultimate practitioner of this trickery is the octopus. This wily invertebrate can match virtually any texture or color of the underlying reef in a heartbeat. Other animals cultivate strange partnerships to survive in this harsh environment. A tiny goby stands guard over a small burrow in the sand. With a flick of its tail or fin, the goby alerts its unlikely partner of possible danger. A blind shrimp toils in obscurity, constantly clearing the den of loose debris. At a cleaning station, small wrasse pick parasites and dead skin from larger fish. In return for this service, a surgeonfish allows it to complete its task unmolested. The contrast between prey and predator does not completely dominate existence in this undersea realm. Survival depends, as it always has, upon a delicate balance between species, a marriage of necessity and convenience among citizens. In addition to the heavy toll humans take on reefs through pollution, fishing, and other activities, corals have many natural enemies. Several species of fish directly ingest corals for sustenance. The Titan triggerfish grinds away at the reef with powerful jaws and teeth. Other grazing giants descend on the corals like a herd of buffalo on the open prairie. 200-pound bumphead wrasse move in legion across stony fields, ingesting coral at an astonishing rate. In turn, the wrasse excretes most of the undigestible skeletal material back on the reef as ground-up sand. Perhaps the most damaging predator of corals is the crown-of-thorns sea star. Population explosions of this voracious pest have wiped out entire reefs. When they're finished, the underlying dead corals are exposed to be colonized by new animals. Periodic infestations of these sea stars are a natural cycle that's probably occurred for thousands of years. Storms and high seas also damage the shallow reef, smashing large coral colonies into small pieces. Vast expanses of living reef can be destroyed overnight by a passing typhoon. Of more pressing concern is a phenomenon known as coral bleaching. This is caused by loss of nutrient-giving symbiotic algae that live within the coral tissue. It's feared that bleaching may be a new problem resulting from global warming or damage to the ozone layer. There is a growing concern about the rapid decline of coral reefs in many parts of the world. In order to understand how corals are affected by natural and man-made dangers, marine biologist Dr. Richard Murphy has helped to implement a new reef survey program. Working with the sport diving community, Dr. Murphy and his colleagues have discovered a novel means of monitoring the health of tropical coral reefs.
The Reef-Based Aquanaut Survey is a program that enables the sport diving community to participate in the long-term monitoring of coral reefs. One of the reasons that Jean-Michel Cousteau and I think this program is important is because the scientific community is pretty limited in terms of funds and the number of scientists that are available to monitor reefs. Likewise, in these developing countries, there are very few resource managers also available to do these kinds of studies. Yet at the same time, there's a gigantic infrastructure associated with the sport diving community. So we believe it's important that sport divers participate in this process of better understanding the reefs and ultimately managing them.
Dr. Murphy trains the crew of the Fiji Aggressor in survey techniques in an effort to monitor some of the more frequently visited dive sites. The techniques are surprisingly simple, yet very effective.
What we're searching for is a strategy where we can go underwater and count organisms, percent cover, and then bring back data that's consistent, that we can go back to the same site 6 months, a year later, survey the same critters and the same area, and continue this for a period of at least 5 to 10 years. The actual technique that we've tried this week, and there are variations on this, is to lay a rope along the bottom, marked at 50-centimeter intervals, and then with those as guidelines, measure the corals that are directly underneath those weights. We're also taking photographs because they're a permanent record and they're not subjective. You know, we have decided on this method or may change our minds at some point and have another method. But if we have video and photographic images, then we can always go back to those images in spite of what method we used and re-evaluate them as a timeless record of what has taken place. We see this as a long-term program. Certainly the data that we get for the next year or two really won't say much because things don't change, hopefully, that quickly. Probably in 3 or 4 years, 5 or 10, certainly 20 years, then we're going to have some really important information that's going to show that these reefs are improving in quality, that are declining, remaining stable, and based on the changes we see, we're going to have a better idea of whether it's a natural process or a human-induced stress that may be affecting these reefs.
Corals, like most of the reef's animals, are invertebrates. They lack the internal skeleton or backbone of vertebrates, such as mammals, reptiles, or fish. More complex invertebrates include crustaceans and mollusks. This hermit crab picks its meal of algae from a coral crevice. Cone shells may look defenseless, but they pack a lethal punch. Barbed harpoons in their mantle contain a deadly toxin. If it weren't for their small size and inconspicuous habits, dazzling nudibranchs would probably be the star attractions of the reef. Sea slugs, or nudibranchs, are one of the main families of mollusks. Unlike their cousins, snails and bivalves, they have a reduction or complete lack of a protective shell. One wonders how these brightly colored, slow-moving creatures avoid predation. Nature usually finds a way, and the protective devices of these animals are indeed clever. Their flesh is frequently toxic or highly distasteful due to various chemical secretions. Any predator foolish enough to ingest a nudibranch will probably do so only once. Bright colors and markings serve to warn potential predators of their highly inedible qualities. Some species are able to ingest poisonous stinging cells from hydroids and other food sources. These stinging cells are then transferred to the ends of finger-like appendages. Thus, the nudibranch uses stolen weapons to ward off predators. This species, affectionately known as a tailgater, uses deception as protection. Two of the mollusks lock together to appear much larger to a hungry fish than a single animal. Another strange behavior is exhibited by this species. An imperial shrimp hitches a ride with a more mobile nudibranch. As the mollusk stirs up the sandy bottom, small particles of food are released, which the shrimp feeds on. The crustacean may also feed on scraps left over from its host's meals. Nudibranchs are found in almost all reef habitats. They occur from tide pools to depths of over 200 feet. They feed on sponges, plants, corals, and almost any organic matter. This bizarre specimen vacuums the bottom, sifting through the sand for food. Harlequin nudibranchs have a feathery tuft on their rear. This ornamental appendage is actually a set of gills. Many species utilize this adaptation to absorb oxygen from the water. Both sexes are present in a single nudibranch, but self-fertilization does not occur. Sperm sacs are exchanged during copulation. However, it may take several days or even weeks before the eggs become fully developed and are actually fertilized. The eggs are deposited in colorful ribbon-like strands, often on sponges and other convenient food sources. Perhaps the most beautiful and certainly the largest of the nudibranchs is the Spanish dancer. Most nudibranchs are only a few inches long, but this lovely species can attain lengths of almost 2 feet. Their crimson-red egg cases are common sights along a coral reef. Spanish dancers demonstrate a haunting and mesmerizing means of mobility. Undulating through the water column, they do not move very fast, but they do put on a remarkable performance. Even the most remote of these South Pacific Island reefs are being rapidly depleted of big fish and predators. Removing them may be removing cornerstone species from the reef ecosystem.
1997 was the International Year of the Coral Reef, and 1998 was the International Year of the Ocean, and both of these programs have been very important in focusing public attention on the ocean, particularly coral reefs, and getting people involved and motivated. I find it remarkable that most of the human beings on this planet have never seen 2/3 of this planet. They're not divers. They don't go underwater. So that puts an added responsibility on divers, who really are the eyes and the ears of our species and can bring back information about the value, the importance, the beauty of this ecosystem, and to get involved in properly managing it and supporting legislation that will end up having reefs continue into the future for future generations.
Only in the last 50 years, with the advent of diving technologies, have scientists and naturalists been able to study coral reefs so closely. Perhaps we're destroying coral reefs before we fully understand the consequences of our actions. We now realize that coral reefs are fragile jewels, treasures that will be dearly missed if we do not act soon. Beneath the cold, nutrient-rich waters of the North Pacific exists a world of astonishing beauty. Dazzling undersea colors and a lush tapestry of marine life are not exclusive to warm tropical reefs. This is the remarkable underwater world of the Emerald Sea. Today, we'll travel to British Columbia, into the heart of this magnificent ocean realm. We'll encounter many different species of marine mammals, including killer whales, white-sided dolphins, and sea lions. We'll observe eccentric and bizarre-looking fish, such as the wolf eel and the menacing six-gill shark. We'll also examine the fascinating world of cold water invertebrates, crabs and crustaceans, colorful anemones, and the giant Pacific octopus. And finally, we'll venture into towering forests of kelp and study how currents and tidal action rule this harsh undersea wilderness. Today, on Undersea Explorer. Along the shores of Oregon, British Columbia, Washington State, and Alaska is a sea so thick with plankton that its waters are emerald green. These microscopic organisms are the basis of a complex food chain, one which supports vast numbers and different species of animals. The Emerald Sea is one of the most productive and dynamic ecosystems in the world. Along Oregon and most of Washington State, the coastline is relatively even. But from Puget Sound along British Columbia and north to Alaska, land and sea intertwine. So connected are land and sea that for every mile the crow flies, there are roughly 30 miles of shoreline. Thousands of islands, deep fjords, and a rugged coast together form a scenic paradise unlike anywhere else on Earth. Beneath the surface, powerful tidal currents sweep a thick broth of microscopic organisms and nutrients over the reef, nourishing a rich garden of life. Plankton is swept along with the currents, feeding small invertebrates that cling to the seafloor and rocky slopes. They, in turn, feed animals like crabs and fish, who are themselves prey for large marine mammals. The cold, plankton-laden waters of the Northwest are home to a staggering variety of intriguing creatures. Many are strange and unusual. Others more familiar. Several warm-blooded mammals thrive in the waters of the Emerald Sea. Humpback and gray whales migrate through the region on their way from summer feeding grounds in Alaska. Their journeys are epics of time and distance. They travel thousands of miles to the warm water breeding grounds of Hawaii and Mexico. Pods of orcas, or killer whales, also inhabit the Pacific coast. Some groups are year-round residents, feeding on fish, such as salmon. Others are more nomadic, migrating along the coast in search of larger, warm-blooded prey, seals and sea lions. Stellar and California sea lions spend much of their time relaxing along the shores of the Emerald Sea. Much larger than their seal cousins, sea lions have external ears and better developed forelimbs for walking on land. These graceful undersea acrobats are quick to show off their aquatic skills. Smaller harbor seals reside here year-round. Their distinctive mottled coats are unique to each individual. No two patterns are alike. They too are masters of underwater speed and agility. Pacific white-sided dolphins cruise in large groups along the coast on their yearly migrations. In the fall, thousands of them converge on the northern tip of Vancouver Island before heading offshore. Intensely curious and playful, they're known to swim with seals and sea lions. Riding in our bow wave, they effortlessly glide through the water. In the mainland city of Vancouver, we boarded the liveaboard diving vessel Nautilus. With Captain Mike Lever, we cruised through the Georgia Strait, stopping for exploratory dives in the Gulf Islands and Jervis Inlet. Many bizarre creatures dwell in these waters, and this is one of the strangest, the giant Pacific octopus. The largest of its kind in the world, this cephalopod can grow to an astonishing 20 feet across and weigh over 150 pounds. With keen eyesight and highly developed brain, this wily invertebrate is superbly adapted to its environment. These waters are also home to one of the sea's smallest cephalopods, the tiny rubescent, or ruby octopus. No larger than a clenched fist, this animal is frequently mistaken for a juvenile giant Pacific octopus. They are so small that they sometimes make their homes in bottles or soda cans. Many species of crabs and other crustaceans march through this undersea garden. The largest is the Puget Sound king crab. These armored giants can measure over 2 feet across. Younger specimens stand out from the drab reef with bright neon colors and markings. Hermit crabs utilize a novel means of protection from predators. They carry their homes on their backs. They coil their soft, vulnerable abdomens into vacant shells and can retract their entire bodies inside when danger threatens. Some species of crab are able to burrow into the sand or mud to hide from their enemies. Red rock and Dungeness crabs are popular commercial species that are considered true crabs. True crabs have 2 large pinchers for fighting and collecting food, and 4 pairs of legs for walking. Like crustaceans, a moon snail has a soft body with a hard protective shell. Its fleshy mantle trails along the seafloor like a wedding veil. If it weren't for their small size and inconspicuous habits, nudibranchs would be the star attractions of the Emerald Sea. These sea slugs are one of the main families of mollusks. Unlike their cousins, snails and bivalves, they lack a protective outer shell. Their flesh is frequently toxic, or at least highly distasteful. Any predator foolish enough to eat one will probably do so only once. Transparent hooded nudibranchs use umbrella-like oral hoods to capture drifting zooplankton. Perhaps the most beautiful and certainly the largest of these animals is the giant nudibranch. Most nudibranchs are only an inch or 2 long, while this mammoth can attain a length of over a foot. This creature has a unique means of avoiding sunflower stars, their main predator. By convulsively thrashing its body back and forth, it can escape danger. Undulating through the water column, its dance is a haunting display of virtuosity. Another hypnotic means of mobility is demonstrated by the sea blubber. It pulsates and drifts through clouds of plankton, paralyzing and killing the tiny animals with stinging cells. The sea blubber's tentacles can extend over 15 feet from its circular bell. Like trailing kites, stinging arms trap and slowly transport food to the animal's mouth. Countless species of sea stars live on the seafloor. They come in a staggering array of designs and colors. Many are voracious predators that eat almost anything that doesn't flee their grasp. The biggest of them all, the sunflower star, devours whatever it can catch. Some animals, like this cockle, are not fast enough to escape the sunflower star. But it does have a hidden escape mechanism. Although the flower-like anemone may spend most of its entire life in one place, it's not entirely immobile. If venom fails to discourage a leather star, it still has one trick left in its arsenal of defenses. White plumose anemones cover the reef like a field of snow. They're nourished by zooplankton carried by the sea winds. Where currents are strongest, brightly colored anemones compete for valuable space. These elongated tentacles are packed with venomous, stinging cells. They stun tiny animals and careless fish as they drift by. Some anemones may live on the same rocky slope for over half a century. This heavily jowled beast is an 8-foot-long wolf eel. Incorrectly named an eel, it's actually an elongated wolffish, the largest of its family. It has powerful jaws and teeth that are specialized for crushing shellfish and other prey. And this is today's dinner, a spiny sea urchin. Sharp spines are no match for the jaws of the wolf eel. Easily tamed with offerings of food, divers can occasionally approach and feed wolf eels. But as with any wild animal, they should not be taken lightly. This large male did not appreciate his mate sneaking in on his meal. Mating pairs, when not disagreeing over food, share a rocky den. Both look after a clutch of thousands of eggs. Newly hatched fry will have to avoid a gauntlet of predators to survive. Males are much larger and more distinctively white in appearance. Females have mottled, grayish patterned skin. Wolf eels have an extensive territorial range. They are found in waters as far south as California and as far north as the Aleutian Islands of Alaska. One of the most celebrated and valuable species is the salmon. Rivers and streams along the coast host a yearly spectacle, unparalleled in nature. Millions of the animals return to the very riverbeds where they were born. After depositing and fertilizing their eggs, they soon die, perpetuating a timeless cycle of renewal. One of the most remarkable fish in these waters is the giant six-gilled shark. These gargantuan animals frequently grow to 15 feet or more. Distributed almost worldwide, this broad-nosed shark usually inhabits dark waters thousands of feet deep. For a few short months, and reasons unknown, they ascend to within 30 feet of the surface. Nowhere else in the world are they known to visit the shallows on a regular basis. Believe it or not, this strange-looking fish is a close relative of the shark. Like sharks, ratfish also have a skeleton made of cartilage and rely on keen senses to locate prey. Fluttering like streamers in a gale, a forest of kelp teems with life. Besides providing refuge, the kelp itself is a source of nourishment. A kelp crab leisurely munches on a succulent frond. Few areas rival these cool, nutrient-rich seas in sustaining such a profuse growth of large marine plants. They are not typical plants. They draw nourishment directly from the water and from the sun through photosynthesis. Instead of roots, they utilize finger-like holdfasts, which anchor their stalks to the seafloor. Currents as swift as 14 knots ebb and flow through the Emerald Sea. Speeds vary according to the particular passage and the size of each tidal exchange. Currents flow one direction as the tide rises, then flow the other way as the tide falls. Between these exchanges is a brief slack period where there's little or no current. All is peacefully still and quiet as the water flow slowly grinds to a standstill. At low tide, the sea level drops enough to expose small landlocked tidal flats and pools. These areas harbor small animals and plants that must survive until the next high tide covers them again with water. From microscopic zooplankton to massive whales, the infinite complexity of life in the ocean realm is well represented in this amazing sea. There is a growing awareness and appreciation of its tremendous beauty and respect for its needs. There is also a fascination with its mystery, for within its dark vastness, the Emerald Sea holds enormous potential for discovery.